Hello, everybody. Good morning. Oh, my lights. Okay, my lights are on. Hey, everybody. Hi, Kate. Hi, Jack. It's like super early. Hi, Miri. This thing. Okay, I got the lights going. I know they're all right. So, hello. Cheers. Oh my God, it's so early. Hello. Okay, so the today we're going to go through the closing arguments. Jack says it's already been such an exhausting day. Oh no, did you go through troubles and trials and tribulations? We're going to hear closing arguments today. We're going to hear the instructions to the jury, how the jury is supposed to. Well, this is something really interesting. So we're going to hear how the jury is going to. We're going to have the judge read the instructions to the jury as to how they are supposed to judge this trial. So yesterday, in the courtroom, after Amber Heard and Johnny Depp left, the lawyers were left with the judge and a couple of people that still wanted to stay in the audience and listen to this because it was also public. They were kind of formulating the right phrasing for the jury, like, okay, so how do we put this into the right context? How do we give the instructions to the jury? How is the jury supposed to judge this portion of the trial, that portion? How are they supposed to deliver a verdict in this regard, in that regard? And it's going to be several pages of instructions that are going to be read to the jury today. And it was so fascinating to me to see because it was transmitted live, so you could find it on YouTube. The jury technically is not allowed to go on social media. Hey, Jizzes. Hey, good morning. Hey, Justin. Help me reach 1K, you guys. Pinned it up on the top. 1,000 subscribers is our goal. It's going slow, but it's going. So anyway, so basically, they're going to get these instructions read to them, and then they're going to hear the closing arguments. Something more is going to happen probably, and then, hey, Andrea, good morning, sweetie. And then they're going to kind of go back into their chambers, or then they're going to kind of start thinking about, okay, yeah, how long is it going to take them? Well, the judge said yesterday, you can take your time. I'm not giving you a limit. But she did kind of say, well, you're free Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Monday's a holiday. Then you're back in the courtroom at 9 a.m. She even said you can come in earlier if you want, but 9 a.m. the latest. You have to be back Tuesday in the courtroom, in the court. And you're going to have to deliberate, and you're going to have to kind of talk about it, go through all the evidence, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. She kind of didn't go past Thursday. She probably would like them to deliver a verdict by next week. They might be quicker than one thinks. I mean, they have a lot of evidence to go through, but they've already been sitting there for 6 weeks. They've already heard everything. So would it take them that long to deliver a verdict? We don't know. I don't think it would. I mean, who knows? Maybe we have some amazing moments happening, like they read the instructions, they go through closing arguments, and then the jury's gone for 10 minutes and then says, okay, we have a verdict. And then we're all back again today by the end of the day for the jury to deliver their verdict. It's all possible. It could happen. Probably not going to happen, but it could happen. It could happen that they're so done with this thing, So this is a closed jury, I've heard. Hey, Catface. Hey, Yelena. The judge has entered now. Okay, well, let me see if the live stream is happening. Hey, Rich Mitch. What channel are you watching this on, Catface? Because if it's the law channel thing, that we can't do that one. we can't share that one. I can't share that stream. So, but what I find interesting is the jury is a closed jury, so they will never film them. They're not going to film their faces after the verdict is delivered. So publicly, we're not going to see them. Hey, Zara Justina, happy Friday to you too, sweetie. So that's not going to happen. But since the jury is free to go home every day, they're told not to do any research on social media. If they really do that or not, we don't know. But what I found really fascinating is that they oh, I'm sorry, guys. I had to sneeze. Hay fever. They live streamed the conversation that the lawyers had with the judge after the jury left about the instructions, how to formulate the instructions for the jury in order to how to deliver the verdict. And this is something fascinating because they were talking about, well, hold on, this sentence, Johnny's lawyer said, no, we don't want this sentence put in because it could imply something else for the jury. Then Amber's lawyer said, yeah, but we don't want that sentence put in. And they were reading these sentences. So I'm thinking to myself, if the jury is sneaky and is actually watching the live stream from home after they were free to go, and they heard the thought process, I call it the marketing. Because literally the judge and the lawyers were sitting together planning a strategy how to formulate the texts properly for the instructions for the jury, whilst also reading the instructions that one or the other party wanted deleted. So I'm like, if the jury gets to hear this, they get to hear all the reasoning and the thought process that goes behind why the judge and the lawyers decided to formulate the instructions in this way rather than in that way. And I think on one side, it was super fascinating to see this process happen live in court and transmitted on YouTube. But at the same time, I'm thinking, boy, this is really dangerous because it's like literally like showcasing what is the thought process that goes behind formulating the instructions. And if the jury gets to see that, they could be manipulated by it. And then also there were certain things that the lawyers were discussing, like what... there was a testimony, there was a witness that was not allowed to enter because Amber Heard's lawyers blocked it. Be right back, you guys. Hold on.
Abuse hoax against Johnny Depp? Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard Number 3, were
Instructions
any of
to
the
the
statements seen
jury.
by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement: Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice, if Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement.
She's reading it too fast.
If
I were the jury, I'm losing her.
Claim for defamation about the following statement, if she has proved by the greater.
But they're going to get that thing
that,
printed as well. They can read
1,
through it again later.
Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement.
Highlands
Amber
Moomin.
Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard.
Ah, that
the
hair though
statement
today.
is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice, if Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement.
I think today she wants to dress like
only return your verdict for
the
Ms.
hair.
Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence.
She wants to look historic,
that,
like
1,
she wants to dress
Adam
up like
Waldman,
Justice
while acting as an agent
herself.
for Mr. Depp, made or
Of course, she
published
would
the
need to be
following
blindfolded.
statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement: "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." And number two, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the five elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase "the greater weight of the evidence," also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication.
It's not the last live stream of the
You should
trial.
consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed
Oh, Jesus,
as a
you're
whole.
sick? No, I'm not
this
sick.
Means you
I'm
may
just
not seize
allergy.
on any one word, phrase, or image,
Sorry,
or
you're
consider
sick, though.
only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number one, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number two, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice.
Kate Moss Ward 2 days ago,
A principal
Sharon,
is a
not
person or
yesterday.
legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything
Yeah,
necessary
I
or
agree.
incidental
The rules
to
are
the purpose
super
for which he
long
was
and
retained.
confusing. Not
Ms.
good.
Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements.
This to me sounds more like
You
the
must remember
lawyers
that there
trying
is
to
no
save
burden
their
on either
butts
party
in
to prove
case
the truth of any
something,
of the statements.
so that they
Both
can always have like,
parties will
look, but
free to
I
offer
wrote this
proof of
exactly like
truth.
that, so you
But
can't
by
come
doing
for me
so,
now.
They do not assume the
And
burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements
Doesn't
he or
seem
she
helpful for
complains
the
of
jury at
are
all.
false.
Because the
rules of
jury,
evidence
they're not
ordinarily do
lawyers,
not
you guys.
permit witnesses to testify as to
So me
opinions
as a
or
non-lawyer
conclusions.
listening
An
to this, I'm
exception to
like,
this rule
I'm
exists
gone. I
as to
lost it
those
after
whom
the
we call expert
second rule.
witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight
She's
given to
also
the
like,
testimony of expert
oh
witnesses,
God, I can't anymore.
you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness, and if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent
for me.
with her or his
Let
testimony
me have a banana cha.
that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business, number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering, Number 3, any injury to his or her reputation. And number 4, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages,
Camille is smiling
and the amount you allow
at the
as
jury,
punitive damages.
slightly, just trying to
If you have found by clear and
get them
convincing
on her
evidence
side,
that
I
Mr.
guess,
Waldman, while
Camille?
acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
closing arguments. Be right back, you guys. Hold on a second. Here we go, you guys.
On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rudnick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are
For
so
$15 a day
for your time and careful consideration
to
of the
service
evidence as you
millionaires. Does leave a
After
bitter
weeks of sitting
taste in your
this
mouth, doesn't
courtroom,
it?
listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he
Allegedly.
lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated.
Hey, Gloria.
Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, And the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
And we're seeing some evidence.
Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser.
Oh, you fucked it up.
She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim.
She messed up big time here. Ooh.
She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too, domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
She implied that
this case,
Johnny was her abuser.
Before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild.
That look tells me like, yeah, so yeah.
Swings, from idolizing their partner to
just my opinion.
Him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face.
Ew.
You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses
No, I don't
this
accept
trial
these slip-ups.
that Ms. Heard's deepest
Jack, she's not
fear
doing
is
this
one
out of the
of
goodness of her
abandonment.
heart. She's paid
Being left
very
by Mr.
well
Depp.
to do this.
Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical. And she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text
She
messages
didn't have
would
problems
send
speaking
when
the
he
other
would
days
leave,
when the entire world
calling
was
him a
watching, when she
monster
was
for
attacking
doing so.
Amber.
You heard
court.
from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp.
And by the
and
way,
Ms.
she's
Heard's
just
couple
reading.
therapist,
She's not
Dr.
even
Anderson,
memorized the stuff.
That Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him, because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her.
We all die alone.
Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clapped me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started...
You are such a baby! Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny!
started physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Ms. Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
Hey, Dosha.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's...
That fake laugh is so disgusting, man.
I'm sure she's great.
Thinking that you can give me some of the best performances in the world.
No, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. No, I'm right. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else are you? Oh,
Hi, Asia.
Don't regret. I don't regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
What's she writing still?
Her
memoirs.
I want to know.
Get out of your Uber job.
I'm kind of waiting.
Girl, the trial's over. You don't need to hand off little notelets to your lawyers anymore.
You're running your 1,500 houses to go run.
Maybe she's just drawing.
Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run them.
Good point.
What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties.
Because today she wants to look
Depp
extra
ever
innocent.
admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings.
Camille.
As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done.
Jack, the mistakes she's making are
And when
not
Ms.
just,
Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done,
you know,
that
she's
she was
saying the
really
opposite of what she
losing him.
means. And
She
she
went
did
on
it
the attack.
at least 2 times already.
She filed
Not
for
good.
divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines.
Good morning,
Ms. Heard
Louis.
testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Yeah. You know, because Camille keeps the slip-ups that she makes, it's not just like pronouncing something wrong or not being able
In
to
the
continue
end, she
with the
walked
sentence.
away with
She
$7
says the
million
opposite of what she
without
wants to
any
say.
tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing.
They don't.
She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued. But you've heard contested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money. and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Yeah, Vasquez needs to exhale. Play the video. Oh my God, you guys!
All kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted
Hi,
the
Robert.
whole argument.
Hey, Hella.
What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States.
Yeah.
It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted
of.
nothing.
Yeah, Maria, I'm also not getting "we are winning" vibes.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse.
Amber
from
was
Ms.
going
Heard,
for a Rapunzel look with
and
the
they were designed
braids.
to shock you and overwhelm you,
Says Smurfette.
which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
No, it's not engaging at all reading from the paper, Robert. I agree. Yeah, would it be possible for her to talk without constantly gazing at the
Pictures
piece of
of
paper,
cocaine.
just asking no idea how these things work? Well,
Pictures of property damage.
ideally, she would be
Pictures of
addressing the
herself.
jury, knowing what
And
she's
as an
saying
actress,
without reading.
She was photographed all the time.
That would be ideal.
Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that,
you
based
do
on
bullet
the
points,
testimony
Jack.
you heard from Morgan
You have your
Tremaine,
bullet
the
points
former TMZ employee,
that
Ms.
you
Heard seems to have
important
sold to
things you got to
TMZ
touch base
right
on, and in
before she was
between,
deposed in connection with
you
her
engage
divorce
with the
from
audience.
Mr. Depp.
She's like, play the video or play the picture.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the quote,
Jack.
these heinous, slinging insults.
No, she's allowed to do her closing
Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used.
argument
Unlike
the way
Ms.
she
Heard,
wants to do it.
who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified.
I also think Gloria was a late switch, because she was like,
to having spent a
she got so
year of
popular
bliss with Mr. Depp
after her first
before he ever laid a
cross
hand
with
on her.
Amber. Everybody loved
And
her so
now-
much that they were
now,
like, oh
in
my
this
God, she's
courtroom,
our winning card.
She has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
So the curly lawyer had to like tell the guy like, hey, now you got to switch the picture on. The guy with the glasses, he's not doing a good job either.
In Russia,
He forgot to play the
where she
video
claims Mr.
before.
Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Like, picture? Oh my God, they're so unprepared. I can't. You guys, I know you're humane and you're like, oh, this is just human and mistakes
Ms. Heard told you
happen.
that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014.
$1 million
Mr. Depp supposedly
lawsuit.
Whacked Ms. Heard in the face.
You've been working
leaving
weeks
her
and
with
weeks
a
and weeks to
red,
get to here, but you
discolored,
do
and
not
swollen nose
make
that she
mistakes
felt
now.
was broken.
This is not the time.
Ms. Heard didn't show you any
make
photographs of
mistakes.
these alleged injuries. The photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Maybe I'm too influenced by all of this, but they don't
Ms. Heard
look happy in
testified
those
that
pictures,
in
do they?
January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
Yeah, Robert says that girl would be half dead if she were to be hit with a handful of chunky rings constantly, says Robert. Sweet Thing says she'd have cuts and scratches if she was hit with rings.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident
Jack
in
says
December
they've never looked
2015,
happy together.
She had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
Marilla says,
Out
I'm
of
with you,
Australia,
Dacob. These are high-end
where
and
Mr.
very
Depp
expensive
sustained the most
lawyers.
serious injury from
Every
his
time
relationship
irritated
with
when I
Ms.
see
Heard.
so-called high
Ms. Heard
performers
spun a story of horror.
who happen to act
A
on
three-day
professional
ordeal
physicians, engineers,
with a
pilots.
drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts
And this is
all
just
over
my
her arms and
opinion.
feet,
Everything I say
and was
in this
bleeding
live
from
stream
her
is just my
vagina from
opinion,
the
not
sexual
rooted in
assault.
facts or truth, for entertainment purposes only, obviously. But
And what did
what I'm
Ms. Heard
saying
say
here,
she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills,
it's
and
up to
went
the
sleep.
jury. If they're going to see
The next
Camille's
morning, she
slip-ups
took pictures of the
as
mirrors her
reasonable
husband had
reason
written
to
on in
doubt
paint
Johnny,
using his amputated finger.
or if they don't. So it doesn't matter
took
what
no
we
pictures
think.
of herself.
We're not the jury.
Her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom.
But we cannot exclude the fact that the jury might be
When
irritated
Malcolm
by
Connolly, Jerry Judge,
this. It's a possibility.
Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract
Hi,
Mr.
Despina.
Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury. You heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard. And no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew
Thank you,
home with her
Robert.
to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave.
Very good point, Jack. Let's
He
see
also
how
testified that once they
how
did
Elaine
leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he
does
ever
it.
got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These 2 photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second.
You can't do that.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
She looked so young, didn't she? Like, she was a girl back then. Look at that.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard.
Letty says, I'm no lawyer, but they have a strong case.
Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
And here you go, Mr. Chu, as always planned. Mr. Chu is gonna slam dunk it. She gathered herself well at the end, and she composed herself. She got more to the point towards the end, and better. And you know, the ending kind of makes you forget the mistakes she made at the beginning, so that is okay, or midway. Let's see what Chu has to say in closing. Smurfette says their closing should be more polished. Okay, I see. But I feel like the jury pretty much made up their minds at this point, says Smurfette.
And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others.
Yeah, hello, Barbara. They should have two mics.
Physically, in this
all the
courtroom,
millions spent
from a very long distance,
and one microphone,
to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play, so wonderfully in the movies. But the man himself, we kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace and himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a
Sharon and Maria
man
says yes,
from
that's
Kentucky
Johnny's sister.
to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi.
How much older is she than him?
His very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That, Ms. Sure.
Objecting to closing? Mr. Rottweiler is upset, scared. Allegedly. Hey, Judy, loving the green shirt today. Hey, it's his opinion. She lied twice.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
Exactly
we
what
just
she
discussed
testified.
that.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it.
They're still at it. Yes.
Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint.
This is where
And
I,
he
as the
never
jury,
going
would
to
be like,
one. He has made mistakes.
I'm on
in
the
his
side of
life,
Johnny.
as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny
their
it.
attempt to
He
disrupt
told you
him,
that in the opening statement.
really bad for them.
He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser.
Elaine is
He's
like,
not
oh,
an abuser,
really?
as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, No matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked
Debatable.
throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today.
Best
Mr.
of his
Depp's agent,
generation.
who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you've heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed, and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please
words matter.
Look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Come on, Tom. There you go. The tweet. The famous or infamous
as
tweet.
You all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipses, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights, unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I would just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes
2 hours
with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict?
So they're going to
form
use up a lot of
so you can
time,
see it?
Jack. And they're going to have also two people, I think,
Some
two of
it's
the
hard to
Amber's lawyers
read,
reading.
So maybe Tom might please blow it up.
And it's going to be
thank you
interesting to
very
hear
much.
Amber's lawyers how
You will
they
see here the first page of the verdict
make it sound
form
like
relating
he,
to Mr.
like
Depp's
Johnny
claim
is
for
the
defamation against
guilty.
Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
Hey, Persis and T, they're probably not going to decide today, probably next week, maybe Tuesday. But maybe they've already made up their mind and they go through all the points, the instructions that they were given by the judge, and they maybe do deliver a verdict.
While Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2.
But might be a little bit too early to deliver a verdict.
Were the
But you never know.
about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2,
Katie says he's telling them they don't need to deliberate for too long over damages because Johnny doesn't care. That's a very good tactic, says Katie, but I'm not really feeling this moment right now. I don't like a lawyer telling me, the jury, look, answer this, take this, respectfully, but say this, say that. I'm like, girl, don't tell me what to do. Thank you. So this irritates me. I don't like what he's doing. Personally, I don't like it.
Them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press.
Katie says, I get your point.
2 years
Smith
prior
says, I don't
to
get
the publication of the op-ed.
Give the jury the case on a Friday afternoon before the Memorial Day long weekend. So odd.
She walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour.
Well, that's a good point.
On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and
Caboose says,
false
why did I think these closing
allegations,
arguments would be short
this case is about telling you the
punchy?
story
Hollywood
and the
fooled me,
truth
says
about
Caboose.
what
Yeah, in the
really
movies they're
happened,
more
which you
quick to
now
the
heard.
point.
It is about restoring his lost reputation.
I
It's
would keep
about
it short and
showing
snappy
Mr. Depp's
too.
children,
That's just
Lily
me.
Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years. And
Grant
waiting
says
to
the
be
more
able
he
to bring his
talks, the
truth
more I
out.
forget
And he's
what was
told
said
you the
before.
truth.
And I
The
think
unvarnished
that's an
truth,
issue
even
for the
truth
jury. That might be an
pretty
issue for the
embarrassing.
jury
He
as
knew
well.
that was gonna
It's an
happen
issue
when
for
he
me.
brought this
If I
case.
were in that jury,
You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks.
I would
which
have
we
lost
again
him by
thank you
now.
for.
You know,
That evidence shows
Several times.
overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser
just
are
scratching
utterly
the itch
false.
without ruining my makeup. That's
ask
why I
you
use the
to
pointy
please
object.
return your
Don't do it at
verdict for
home,
Mr.
you guys.
Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take
his
a
body
break
language, I like
at
him.
this
He's like
time.
Mr. Bean. He's
Again,
really
this case has
sympathetic,
not been submitted to you
charismatic.
yet. We will
Chu,
continue with
the
closing
lawyer.
arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case
He's
with
a
yourselves.
sweetie. I
Don't
really
do
like
any outside
him.
research, okay? Thank you.
Sympathetic. Oh, she touched his. Camille touched his hand. Wanted to kind of hug him, but he didn't want to hug her. He hugged Chu instead. That was a really awkward moment for Camille. Then she had to turn around. The jury's leaving now. So. He looks like Mr. Bean. He's cute. He's very sympathetic, very charismatic. I completely give you that, guys. I'm just, sorry, I go into this mode just to let you understand a little bit how my mind functions as a person who has studied art, who has been in marketing, in PR, in sales, customer relations, interhuman relations. I can tell you that I do come across a little bit strict in this moment, and you might think, why is Dacob such a bitch? I'm not. It's just that I really, really go into this professional mode where when a PR team deliver, what we had the issue with Kate Spade, who unfortunately, took her life, and then we have another brand promoting the launch of the Kate Spade's brand's perfume and then saying, come hang with Kate Spade. Those type of errors, that's a blatant, terrible, terrible error that happened, right? because she hung herself, actually. So, and this is a very huge example of how things can go wrong. Okay, in this case, we have little examples of how things can go wrong, but I just go into this very meticulous, precise mode that Dacob goes into when he's working, and that is literally weighing in every word, what is said correctly, what is said incorrectly. So I try to see both sides. I try to put myself immediately in the spot of the jury, but I also want to put myself in the spot of Johnny's lawyers as they are reading the closing arguments or speaking them out. But I also put myself, or try to put myself, in the shoes of Amber's lawyers as well, because obviously they're listening to this whole thing. Oh, there's Judy. Judy seems happy, smiling. So there's all of these kind of, I try to immediately take in consideration all the variables, all the possible variations that we have that can happen, as a direct result of what is being said and how it's being said. So obviously you might hear me say something like, oh, this sounded really bad for Johnny, but that doesn't mean that I'm not on his side. I'm just trying to be as objective as possible in analyzing the situation. Obviously, you can never be fully objective. There's always a subjective component because we are human beings. So just please take that in mind when you hear me talk. I do come across as a little bit too strict, but it's just because I'm really trying hard to focus, and when I focus really hard on what's going on, then there's less time for pleasantries. Then I'm less in that polite mode. I'm more into that cut mode. Just like, okay, no, this point, no, wait, no. Okay, that's good. So just to be very clear about that. So I wanted to also say, Sharon Cole, I'm so sorry that you went through the abuse. I read your comment prior. I didn't want to kind of talk too much over the lawyers, but I'm super glad you're in a happy place now. And then Sharon says, only on Dacob's channel can I talk about this, because subscriber, everyone is so kind and lovely on this channel. And we hear you and we read you. A1H says, striving for objectivity is awesome. Obviously, we can't always deliver objectivity. And especially, don't forget, the jury, they might try to be objective, but it's about emotions at the end of the day. And this is also why whoever was on the stand, whether it be witnesses or Amber or Johnny or the lawyers for them, they tried to press on the emotional button to the jury, because they know that facts can only take you so far. At a certain point, it's the emotional involvement that you have with somebody or something that might make you make certain decisions. Hey, Sunset and Moonlight. Katie says, I appreciate that you put yourself on both sides. I came to this trial with no opinion and wasn't team anyone, so it's been helpful. Catface says, heavy closing argument. KDF says, so it's helpful. Marilla says, you missed the closing arguments from Johnny Depp's team. The defense arguments are still to come. I think Marilla was talking to somebody who just joined the live. Letty says, as an image consultant myself, I totally agree with you, Dacob. And thank you, Letty. And it does come across. It's just that sometimes, we're used to consuming content. So we turn on YouTube, we turn on a TV show, we watch stuff and we enjoy it. And it's kind of easy. We consume it and then we move on, right? But in a situation like this, I just want to be a little bit more, not just enjoying it as if it were a soap opera, but this is because this is real life. So I'm trying to add that extra level of attention to it when I observe it personally, and I just try to kind of see it as much as I can from different perspectives and try at least to understand, okay, well, if I am in the jury's place now, having Camille make the mistakes she made. She didn't make mistakes of reading the text. She literally said the opposite. So when, I can't remember the exact words now, but something to the effect of, like, let's say if she were to say, Baby Yoda was abused, she slipped and said Baby Yoda was the abuser. Paraphrasing. And I'm like, well, hold on, girl. Don't do that. It's one thing to slip up and not read a a word correctly, but it's another thing to say the opposite of what you want to say. And so that's not good. It just isn't. And we, of course, we're sitting here together, and we understand the pressure and the this and the that, and we can say, it's understandable, but it's not. It's not. They're paid millions to do this job, and if Camille is in that position where she's at, and is maybe too young and inexperienced with delivering closing arguments, then they shouldn't have given her the closing arguments to read. If on the other hand, she's much better at delivering closing arguments emotionally without reading a text, then let her deliver them emotionally. Just give her the bullet points that she has to touch base on, but between the bullet points, give her the freedom to do what she wants to do. Subscribe, you guys. We're at 936 subscribers. We're almost at 1,000. Let's get the party started. Did you see the group with Johnny's team? Such a great team. Xeni, I think Johnny's lawyers work very well together. If you're talking about his lawyer team, I think it was a wonderful group. They worked really well together. Was the name Tom, or the guy who's supposed to like kind of turn on the videos in evidence and stuff? He slipped up a couple of times. That was also not professional. At the end of the day, we have to understand that this is a business sale. They have to touch the jury on an emotional level because the emotional response plays a heavy role on the outcome, says Letty. Maria says, I don't think it's such a big deal. I think it's understandable maybe. I missed some stuff, but I didn't think she was that bad. Well, let's hope the jury thought the same thing, Maria. Let's hope the jury thought the same thing, because if the jury thought the same thing you thought, then Johnny has a chance of winning. So Sunset Moon, oh my God, what happened? This sounds heavy. No, it's not that heavy. It's just I'm in my very precise mode right now. So I'm like very, very anally analytical about it. It's just when I go into my profesh mode, I'm like this. But don't worry, I'll tone it down. Rosha says, as a graphic designer, conceptor, is that a word? Interesting. Conceptor. I kind of love the way it sounds. I totally agree as well. There are many things one can do wrong. Visualities and words can affect someone negatively or draw a really unwanted parallel, says Rosha. Letty says, and yes, they have to be as seamless as possible to get the message clearly across. Francesca Pagano says, I wish I saw the closing arguments. Francesca, we're still going to do Amber's closing arguments coming up. Asia says, will we play games today? If we're done on time, maybe. Andrea says, can we do tomorrow's live stream on Totally Dacob to boost numbers? Andrea, I don't think that's a really good idea, because if we do that, we're going to miss out a lot of viewers because they don't know that the live stream is happening here. It sounds so easy to us because we know, oh, of course, we know that I have all of these channels, right? But then a lot of people still don't know. And I try to always repeat it during my live streams, but a lot of people don't know. And it's really, really difficult. And obviously, this channel is not monetized. So if we do Saturday's live stream here, no ads can run through. There would be absolutely zero ad revenue as well because the channel is not monetized. So that also hinders the productivity of the channel as well. Sharon says, I think they did a great job. Chu did an amazing job. Chu was very, very good. Chu was really, really very good. Xeni says, I feel sorry for Whitney. She is still afraid of Amber. Can you imagine that as an adult? Xeni, we can only feel. We can imagine what she's going through, but we cannot know for sure, right? Jack says, your live on main channel gets pushed to different audiences than this channel too. Completely true, Jack. The way the algorithm has already kind of adapted itself to the main channel is very, very different to how the algorithm is dealing with this channel, with Totally Dacob. Sorry, my throat is dry again. So obviously, it's a complete different way that YouTube's algorithm handles every channel because of the topics, of the type of viewership, comments coming in. Everything is put under like a magnifying glass by the algorithm. So it could potentially, believe it or not, actually it could, I'm not saying it would, but it could be counterproductive to do the topics that I do on my main channel here on Totally Dacob during the live stream. It's a very, very fragile ecosystem, the algorithm on YouTube. And it's driving me insane because obviously they also keep changing strategies and formulas and algorithms. So it's very, very tricky, you know, to play with with the algorithm. And and also, just to let know all my YouTube members, please don't forget to sign up to Discord, which launched actually last week, but Patreon will be launching soon as well. It just takes time to build it all up, but be sure to join Discord. It's already active for all my YouTube members, and Discord will soon also be active to all my patrons as well. And subscribe to Totally Dacob. Let's try to get to 1,000 subscribers. And Jack has been absent in the chats doing a housework. Oh, fabulous. Louis says, Dacob, you are watching it in the eyes of a performer. Yes, Louis, I am. I am watching it, but that's my professional way of seeing things. Because... Wait, Dacob, can we have a movie club? Well, Sharon, on Discord, we can watch movies as well. And the idea is to also have like a movie club on Discord happening pretty soon as I get both members and patrons going. And I do watch it from the eyes of a performer because I'm extremely focused on perfection. I'm a perfectionist. There's always hiccups and always mistakes happen anyway. But certain things things that are in my power, they stay perfect to the degree to which I can make them perfect. Things that are out of my control, there can be hiccups. If a lamp, just stops working, that's not in my control. It's in my control to have a spare lamp to then, screw a new bulb in. But the fact that the actual lamp dies on you during live stream, it's not in your control. So there are things that are in your control and things that are not in your control. What I would have, for example, said if I were Camille, and this is just my personal opinion, if I had made the hiccups that she made in her closing, what I would have done, I would have looked up from the paper, stopped reading, and I would have made it a human moment to connect to the jury. What I would have done is I would have lifted my head from the paper, looked straight to the jury, and I would have said to the jury, my apologies for making these mistakes, but I am human. This trial and this story is so close to my heart because of all of the evidence that I have witnessed, just like you have. And it breaks my heart to have to go through this all over again with you guys and share the pain that this poor man has been going through and the abuse that he's been going through. So please understand, if I choke up from time to time, it's just because this is so hard to bear. And I can imagine it's also so hard for you to bear. And then I go back to reading. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. When you make a mistake like that. You see what I mean? But she didn't do that. She stuck to the protocol. They probably didn't let her veer away. They probably told her, Camille, don't veer away from, you don't know what they told her. But this is how I would have dealt with it. Maria B., I agree with you completely. It's a very different thing to hear it for us from home, and it's very different to be there in person and hear it said live. I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. Sharon, Discord, yeah, you have to get Discord. Yeah, you have to sign up to it. Love says, I I like everything to be perfect as well. I'm a perfectionist and very competitive, says Love. Robert says, very stoic approach to life. Some things are under my controls and some are not. Oh my God. Epictetus said it right. I would have to check that. I'm not, that name does not ring a bell, but ouch, sorry, I lifted my leg. I would have to check. Actually, several philosophers said it using different words, but there's been quite a few of them who have said that. But I don't think they can do that, Dacob, says Maria. She can. Definitely. Heard's part can object. They've tried to object twice during the closing testimony when Chu was talking. Heard's team objected twice. They can object to it, for sure. But it's risky, but it's doable. Louis says, do lawyers take acting classes? They should. You know, that's a good question. Maybe some do. Marilla says, I should learn for my test and communication on Monday, but listening to your practical tips, Dacob, is so much more useful than reading a book. Oh, thank you so much, Marilla. And I'm telling you guys, connecting on a human level with people, if you do make a mistake like that, acknowledging it, because whoever is looking at you, they're going to be cringing maybe a little bit for your mistake, but then be ahead of them. Own the narrative. Own the narrative. Okay, you made a mistake. Hiccup while reading or whatever. You know that they know. They might not know, but some of them realize that you made a mistake. Own the narrative. Be a step ahead. Lift your head and say, sorry, I'm aware that I made this mistake. And then you explain, you explain it the way you can. And then you bond with the person you're talking to because you're in on it together. You're sharing that cringe moment, that embarrassing moment together. You're giving your viewer part of that weight of carrying that cross, of that embarrassment. You're giving a part of it to them. They, all of a sudden, start carrying it with you. And that, usually in my experience, does end up allowing you to get away with more mistakes, because you share. It's as if like you let them in on your error and they carry the error together with you. It's quite effective. I'm not going to say it's always effective, but it can be quite effective. Jack says, Sharon, make sure to use the same email you sign up for Discord as you use for YouTube login. Oh, thanks, Jack. Sharon says, how do I sign up to Discord? I'm not very good with technology. Jack says, Google Discord, Sharon. The Discord app, there's a website. You can download the app for your computer, or there's also a mobile device app as well. But Sharon, the link is in the membership section on my main channel, on my Super Dacob channel. The link is in the membership section. You go to memberships on my main channel. You go, the home page of my main YouTube channel. You click on memberships, then you click on membership perks, info membership perks. Click on that, it opens up. At the bottom, you scroll down, and there's a link to Discord. The membership tab. You click on the membership tab on Super Dacob, and then you click on info membership perks. That opens up a list of things, and at the bottom is Discord, and then there's a link there as well. Xeni says, yes, then your audience relates on a human level. That's how I would do it. Julie says, good morning, Daco from California. I so missed the closing. Hey, Julie, good morning to you. You did not miss Amber Heard's closing. You missed Johnny's closing, but Amber Heard is coming up. I'm really excited to see how Amber's lawyers are going to manage to twist all of that, what Johnny's lawyers said, into making it sound like Amber is the victim. Super fascinating. And again, people who are into law, lawyers, or people who are interested in law, for them it might be really exciting from a legal standpoint, the terminology and how the outcome is. I don't care about that. What I'm interested in is the psychology. It's the human way of dealing with a situation. How one person sees it like this and the other one sees it like this. Like completely opposite sides of the same token, there's one side and the other side of the coin. And so what I'm really excited to hear is how Amber's team will manage in closing to humanize her and turn her into, or try to make her come across as human, vulnerable, hurt, abused. Very fascinating. So now, since, however, and this is something that her legal team maybe did not take in consideration, but since her legal team, my opinion only, is highly unsympathetic, they come across as non-sympathetic at all. To me personally, just my opinion only. I wonder how they can manage to convey Amber Heard as a human, fragile, delicate potential victim to the jury. Because if I were sitting in that jury, her lawyers, I would not trust them. They would come across as highly aggressive. I would have the feeling that they're being aggressive to me personally. So that's something that I guess if you're choosing your lawyers, the lawyers have to choose you as well, because lawyers don't just accept a case. A lawyer can often also say, sorry, your case doesn't have a chance at winning. I don't want to take your case, too much of a liability for me. But when you do choose a lawyer, try to choose sympathetic lawyers. I think Johnny did a great job choosing his legal team. They all look very sympathetic, very relatable, sweet, smiling, human. Amber's lawyers, to me, personally, come across as the cliche bad guy in a lawyer movie. They come across as the lawyers that you don't trust. They come across as the lawyers, to me personally only, as they come across as the lawyers that would try to defend the evil guy in the movie. And it's such a cliche, I know, but because we're also so used to watching all of these Hollywood movies, and we have this kind of preconceived notion of what a good guy is and what a bad guy is. And her lawyers definitely come across as the bad guys. And Smurfette says, Smurfette just posted, her attorneys are rude and obnoxious. Xeni says, they said that originally the odds weighed very heavily against Johnny, but his chances are much greater now. Xeni also says, your lawyer is supposed to be an extension of you in court. What does that say about Amber? Good point, Xeni. I mean, again, we don't know what's in the jury's head. Maybe the jury finds Amber's lawyers professional, sympathetic, or maybe the jury believes that lawyers don't have to be sympathetic. They just have to be very strict, to the point, deliver facts, and move on. Maybe somebody in the jury thinks lawyers should be aggressive and should call objection every 5 seconds. I mean, we don't know. We don't know what the jury thinks. I'm just speaking for my personal opinion, and this is how I see it personally. I would be irritated by her lawyers. I would not be irritated by Johnny's. Oh, we're back.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
Okay, the jury's coming back in. Asia asks, what happens if Amber wins? If Amber wins, Johnny still wins in the court of public opinion, so I guess he will have his movie roles back again, but maybe not. Who knows how Disney sees it? But then he said, even if Disney were to come back to him, he said at a certain point, allegedly, he would not take movies from Disney again. But maybe he would. Who knows? Then Warner Brothers also took his movie away from him. I mean, Warner Brothers took the Harry Potter movies away, the Fantastical Beasts. Okay, is there audio? No. Oh, there is. Okay, it's very... Okay, there's audio.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, closing arguments. Mr. Rottenborg?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God, Rottenborg. Rotten guy is going to do it now. Cha, this is going to be a doozy. A doozy.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Rottenborg, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work?
Oh, look, he's kind of being more passive and subdued
Trying
now.
to convince you that Mr. Depp is carrying his
Interesting.
burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion. Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere.
Oh, he's toning
If you
down.
didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough,
Notice how he
enough of the
moves his
pain,
body.
and you have to leave.
Look at him,
to save
hypnotizing
yourself,
like a snake. Look, he's
you're a
look.
gold digger.
Look, I'm gonna move with his body.
That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he
You notice
can
that
to destroy your life, to destroy your career.
this kind of like a
That
leaf
is
in
what
the
they're
wind?
saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's
Hypnotizing.
not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence.
He's looking straight at the
and I
jury.
can't
Very
even imagine
effective.
the
Yes, Murphy.
sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember
He
that I
bonded.
asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision
Oh,
on
he's doing the
in order to
walking
return a verdict
from the movies.
from Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot.
You see, he has bullet
You have to
points.
decide, should
And
someone
between the
be
bullet
able
points, he
to
lifts,
write an
looks,
article like
talks
that
directly
in
to
the
them.
United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through. So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow.
Oh, he has his own controller.
This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
Oh, he's in control.
Let's try this again.
Oh, he's not in control. But he looked at them to say, let's try this again.
That you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes.
Letty, he did thank the jury for their
This is what
time.
he has to prove.
He did
And he
open up
cannot
by
do
saying
that.
thank you.
These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard
You know what the
used
problem
to be
is
married
here?
to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse. That doesn't mean that
I don't think she was defaming him. I think she was just using the Me Too movement to gain more popularity for herself.
Is right, and virtually any
Defaming him
anyone could ever
was
make
a
about their own life.
byproduct.
It implies anything.
But it wasn't the main purpose of the op-ed.
Could be
Just my
defamatory,
opinion.
and that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design
So he might
and
lose.
intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
Yeah, Katie says exactly,
That's
Dacob.
the
That's why
only
the law
evidence presented
isn't
about
on
Ms.
Johnny's
Heard's
side.
motive.
The facts
So
are on his side.
Her statements.
It's almost impossible for them to
what she wanted
prove.
do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp.
Like, to me, the
Fit
op-ed
those
feels
into
like, oh
what
yes,
other
I'm
women
also in the Me Too
experience,
movement. Like, let
what
me
other
use this
people
now to get even more
experience,
popular.
having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash
And defaming
they
him was
suffer,
not the main
and then
purpose
talk
of the
about
op-ed.
legislative
To me, that's how it
measures that could
feels.
help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about.
It was collateral damage.
There's no
Call it
hidden
that
meaning
way.
here,
It seems like
ladies and
collateral
gentlemen.
damage.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here.
Kate says, I still think he
You
might
can
win the
end
case,
there
but the law is very
by saying
strict. Yeah,
the
but the
statements
law
that she
doesn't
wrote
even really
were not
matter
false.
because the jury
First
decides
Amendment
emotionally if
protects
they
them.
want to.
Let's
The
talk
jury
about
doesn't
the
have to
headline
explain
for a minute.
why they delivered the verdict
headline
that they delivered.
was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018, said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. Few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And
He's trying to tell them, don't make it
undisputed
emotional.
evidence here is that Ms.
He's trying to
Heard
tell them,
didn't
keep
write
it
the headline.
strict,
She didn't approve the
because he
headline.
knows if he lets them
She
be
had nothing
emotional,
to do with it.
they might
She was
make
not given notice of
him
the
win.
headline. She testified, you saw her testify.
But you
about
can't
the
tell
sexual
people to
assault
not be
that she
emotional.
experienced at the hands
Forget
of
about
Mr.
it.
Depp.
You
saw
tell a
her
person to not be
testify
emotional,
about
they're
that.
going to hate you.
They're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through. For the first time.
Oh, he's looking at him. Love it.
People who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version.
The
of
blush
article.
I'm wearing
That's
today
Ms.
is
Heard's
called
that you can't
malice.
attach. You can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication.
It's the color of
Throwing the link
malice.
on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way And the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail.
Coincidence?
Now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But
I agree with you,
that's what
Marilla.
Mr. Depp
It's a total
does.
mess.
It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But
Do
here
we think
are.
Johnny's going to the tanning beds?
Here we are. And you can decide this case
Either
without
that
ever
or
reading
tanning
into
spray.
any of the allegations.
He's too tanned
the
for 6
facts,
weeks
the
and never
evidence
goes
that
into
you've
the sun.
heard
How
about
can he be this
heinous
tanned?
abuse
For 6
that
weeks he
Ms.
was
Heard suffered at the hands of
closed
Mr.
up
Depp.
without sun.
You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp.
Oh, good
Ladies
point,
and gentlemen,
Yvonne.
let me be very clear.
Yvonne thinks
If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins.
agreed.
One time.
We were
And we're not
talking
just
about
talking
this
about
every day.
Physical abuse.
Yeah.
We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Miss Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Miss Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence,
And Yvonne
coercive
says, I think
control,
the
and
length of
surveillance
deliberation will be
behaviors.
somewhat of an
She
indication
tested Ms.
as to
Heard.
which
She said
way
that
the jury
test
may
showed
be
that there's a
leaning.
high degree of serious violence perpetrated by
I feel
Mr.
if they're
Depp toward
quick,
Ms. Heard.
Johnny wins. If they take, the
She
longer
got
they
that
take,
opinion and that impression by
the more the
reviewing
chances that
the
Amber
medical
wins.
records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role
Maybe I'm
of coercive
completely wrong.
control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof, that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or not,
Is she like,
abusive
wait,
to Ms. Heard. And
is
that's
Elaine like,
ridiculous.
what is he
That's ridiculous.
saying? It looks like she doesn't approve of what he's
So let's
saying.
look at
Very
some of that
bizarre
evidence.
facial
And like I
expression.
said, you can apply your own.
This is not helping
reasons.
you,
don't
Elaine.
need to check
Yeah,
out of the
change
door
it.
when you go into the
Exactly.
deliberation
Loosen up.
room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time.
Have fun at the gym, Andrea.
If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins.
Oh, even that.
So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead."
How do they even get these text
disgusting
messages?
Language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship.
Or they subpoenaed his phone
Ladies
messages?
and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Ms. Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation, and she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." It's one of the only promises to Ms. Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship, but you saw how he started it. Now, Ms. Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona Forever and had been changed to say Wino Forever. And she laughed. And she said, "And he slapped me across the face." She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, "I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before." That's what he said to her.
That's what she said.
During the first incidents of violence. But you don't just have to take
Rotten
what
born.
Mr. Depp said.
That's what he
in his
said.
text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Ms. Heard's term. That she made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his text.
Yeah, Katie,
the
Johnny's very
writing at the time.
gothic. Who doesn't get
First
that
text
sense of
after
humor? If the
Australia
jury
in
doesn't get it, they're going to
2015,
think
during
he's
a period
guilty
of
AF.
sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp.
His
when
sense
he
of
told
humor is very
Jerry Judge,
particular.
his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted
Hey,
Elton
Nicole.
John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within." He tells Stephen Deuters, you know Mr. Deuters, he liked to text Mr. Deuters. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, "has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, "Need to discuss the news helicopters, the monster. I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Maria says, when is he going to mention Marilyn Manson? We know that's coming, says Maria.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened?
And that's the day after his mom passed away, right?
What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. What's crazy? Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Do you see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016.
Wow, he's calling him out
when
for the smirks.
Because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again. But deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out. And you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way. Like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days.
Smurfette says this video will win her this case, says Smurfette.
Cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship. And whether
could.
that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse.
Hey, Audrey.
And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public? Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013, when Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming, blaming Ms. Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner, and he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true, so he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Ms. Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse. Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him. and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
You're doing the same thing for Amber.
Periods where he would apologize.
Come on, be fair.
I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better.
Be fair.
These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Ms. Heard says, "Is that about last Friday night by any chance?" And Mr. Depp responds, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" He testified on the stand, "I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Ms. Heard sure did." And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texts it, look who she texts that to. She texts it to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire, and everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking, and Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is, but then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, and no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial.
Elaine.
More than $62.
Elaine is like, wait, hold on, Ron Bourne. That's not what we... That's not true.
Whitney heard Whitney Enriquez and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he's smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
There's an Amber Alert. The court is on fire.
Thank you.
It's lit, baby, lit.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted.
Everything is holistic. There's a reason why these alarms are playing, you guys.
That he was drinking.
It's a warning that
making his
he's
kids aware
lying.
of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom.
Just my opinion.
Held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can
Nothing is a
fucking kill
coincidence, you
and
guys.
you're an
Nothing.
embarrassment." That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, Amber Heard. Amber alerts.
Before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the
Amber
Moscow flight.
alerts,
The Moscow
exactly.
flight, when
Very
Mr.
telling,
Depp
isn't
and
it?
Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
Sounds like he was in pain.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia, but before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
Yeah, Marilla,
Say it's a joke he made on his wedding day.
The jury's having a hard time.
Where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming.
Marilla says, when I just listened to his closing arguments, it sounds believable. Actually, I have to think of Amber's testimony to remember how unreliable these arguments are. That jury's having a tough job.
Where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember, you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard
Joy Nordstrom says, I feel like he, Johnny, is a gaslighted man trying to please her,
when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night, where Miss Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen, and we'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon." She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting
What's she doing?
area where you're drawing two canvases.
What's that face for,
and your husband
Amber?
get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition." He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture, what is
I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth.
That's a good point,
This is some of the
Smurfette.
notes of Dr. Blaustein.
Look at the way the light hits her
his
cheek. That
therapist,
blusher
called
looks like a
self-destructive.
bruise.
Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous. You can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, "I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury." No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, "which do not include injury." But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they are the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, "That's not my style. I wouldn't write like that." Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. "I cut the top of my middle finger off." Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Velati, "I just chopped my finger off." But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying, "the day that I chopped my finger off." Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and
says,
Amber with
we
his
need a
free
Milani
hand
concealer
and trying to
unboxing for you,
claw them
Dacob.
with the casted hand, that she said, I punched
She
him
just
square
says
in the
Amber Heard
face.
looks like the Snapchat
I
crying
punched him square in
filter.
the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had.
Louis says Juilliard, darling, School of
that Mr. Depp
Acting.
had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit.
I love how the closet looks like a boutique.
That in and of itself, that destruction of property.
The
even
building
if
is
you
my
had
closet,
that's
darling.
abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you
This
don't
dude
know
really
who set
thinks
them
jury
off.
can
That's
relate
what's
to
gonna
this.
happen.
This is a whole freaking
That's abuse.
boutique.
And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. He went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back.
Yeah, Sylvie, one of the
square
penthouses
in
was
the
her
nose,
closet.
and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top, and she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, if she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim.
Hi, Harmony.
There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises.
Harmony,
The
yes,
red lipstick
Camille
that she put to
and
cover up
Chu
the
did
busted lip.
closing for Johnny.
You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Ms. Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage
I
this.
should
Well, don't know
unbox
if
a
that's
product they
pocket
have
knife
not
or
released yet.
The only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Where did it come from?
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the
actually,
phone
Harmony,
and pushed her down. And
Amber's lawyers objected twice
during
where she
Johnny's
details
a lot of this and
closing statements.
Nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with the phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was
because you
horrible.
can't.
That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message.
Oh,
that's what
please, Rottenborn.
So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her.
Thanks for being with us, Jack.
But
Have
we
a
can
good
I'll quickly
day.
go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide is, are the words of the op-ed defamatory? Nothing else.
Well, he can start a new procedure to sue her for domestic violence.
Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirate 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day. The paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent Jack Wiggum couldn't identify a contract. His former agent Christian Carino said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you
Looking
that
at that
this was his
watch,
first
not a
chance to
good
tell
move.
his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
No, nobody
Now
says
we hear from Ms. Bretta Hawk.
you're not allowed to say whatever you want to say.
Thank you.
But everything has repercussions. You can't just think you can say whatever you want to say and that that's not going to have any repercussions, what you say. So yeah, take that thing out of his butt, Elaine. It took too long. He was annoying. Started off well, and then he got too into himself, self-indulgent.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast.
Yeah, allowing millionaires to stay millionaires while you earn $15 a day.
A break from us.
Appreciate you being little slaves in this system.
At this point. But this
Allegedly.
is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm
No, it says can.
that occurred after November 2, 2020.
No, it says can, not
Do you
cannot.
all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020.
Oh, it's Mr. Depp, sorry. Mr. Depp cannot recover
He can't
them.
get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy
Thank you,
back for
Sunset.
his children. He can't get anything.
I slipped a line
after
under.
that day from you. You can't
Thank you,
restore
Harmony.
his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what?
2 millionaires.
Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing, because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
Hey, Meezy.
So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said, enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went
She has an
up into
Apple
negative
Watch?
media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible, so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit.
No,
we don't
honey,
want
no.
anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life.
Oh my
and
God,
raise
did she
her
just
child.
quote Chris Crocker?
So let's
Leave
talk
Britney
about the counterclaims for a
alone.
moment. These
Oh,
are
Elaine, you
Waldman
pulled that from
statements.
Chris
You heard Mr.
Crocker's
Depp
YouTube
say,
channel.
Why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was
Madame
2
Ross.
months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this.
Hey, Aisha.
He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is
Freshen
July
up,
of
darling.
2020.
Freshen up,
so
darling.
They're launching an attack to
Yes.
try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement?
There's no perfume ad campaigns for
Amber
you
and her
anytime
friends in
soon,
the
Missy.
media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this, and you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less. But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony.
Letty-
And interestingly enough, you
I don't
didn't
think he's wearing
hear
Sauvage.
any stories that differed from
It's
that
too
with
intense
Mr.
for the
Depp. He
courtroom.
didn't get on the stand and say,
Everybody around him would
you
be
know,
smelling
no,
it
this
too
didn't
much.
happen to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something
Oh my
like
God,
that.
Elaine.
Writing on the walls.
I
tearing
know,
up her
so
nightgown
improper,
and
right?
wrapping
How could
pieces
you
of
ever
raw steak
imagine?
and putting it all over the house.
Eileen,
Remember
I'm
that
sure
she
you
also
could
testified
imagine.
that
You're
he
super
took her
hip
clothes
and modern with
swiped
your
them
Apple
through
Watch,
all
girl.
the paint
You can,
before she
you're
left.
on it.
You know these things happened.
She's like,
With
yeah.
respect
So let's
to
just,
the
you know
malice
this
on
happened.
one,
Let's move.
You know he knows
Elaine.
that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days.
Not so good,
And that's
the way
all
you're
that we
doing
need
this.
to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years.
Yeah, Measy
until
says,
he
that's true.
testified
Mom said,
truthfully
don't-
4 years ago about the
Don't
drugs
buy
and
your dad
alcohol. We stopped talking
Sauvage
to him.
elixir again.
There was
I need
couple
a
of
break.
really
It's too
important
much.
things that Bruce Whitkin said.
It's
One of the
intense.
things
Sauvage
that he
is-
said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, do you have any dirt on the Mandels? And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually
Jesus,
pretty important was
Melissa
that
already
Kipper
asked
and
for
his
that
whole
video
group
2
are
weeks
a
ago.
scam.
Top
He
10
said,
perfumes to wear in
how is it
court.
that they can be sober
I wrote it
doctors,
down. It's-
for these years, and he's
it's
never
been on the
sober.
list for 2 weeks.
He's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive.
But it might not
But
be
in any event,
relevant
going
if we
back
film
to
it
that's
this
the
Saturday and
first
post it
statement.
next
The
week,
second
because this
statement,
will be
Michelle,
over
if you
by
can
then.
Bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then
Madame says,
went
no, it's
to a
always
German
relevant.
newspaper and said,
So should I
Amber
do
is
the
being
top 10 court
investigated
perfumes?
by the NYPD.
Should we
or the
film it
LAPD
tomorrow in the live stream
for
and then post it
perjury?
next
Do you
week?
remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to
Yes,
that
says
umbrella
Madame.
guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim.
Oh,
statement.
RN says, my brother already
And quite
swore
simply,
he will
this
no
was an
longer wear
ambush, a
Sauvage
hoax.
if
They
Johnny
set Mr.
loses the
Depp up
case.
by calling the
LOL.
cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face
I don't think
property.
lawyers
So
have a
Amber
moral
and her
compass
friends
if they
built
want
a
to be
little line,
lawyers. They have
left
to
the
kind of
place
shut it
up,
off.
Got their story straight under
Maybe
the
they have a
direction
moral
of the lawyer
compass,
in
but
the
they shut it off
office,
for work,
then
probably.
placed a second call to 911. Now, this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police, and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away. And they said, darn. And so they spilled wine, and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we
nice
all
watch,
know
Elaine.
Amber did everything
I'll try
in her
doing it really
power
quickly.
not to tell them who Johnny was.
Let me check the
not
time
to
on my
press
Apple
charges,
Watch.
Not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And
Did
remember
Apple
how
sponsor
Amber
them?
talked about when he gets into these drugs.
Because Amber also was wearing an
induced
Apple
things, he
Watch
gets into
a couple
these
of weeks ago,
paranoias,
right?
And he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh.
Dacob, I take offense. I have a moral compass, but that means I make no money. Exactly, Sylvie. Don't take offense. I said
you just threw the cell phone at
they
me.
might
It
have
hurts.
moral compass, but they have to
Io
shut it
says,
off for
"Amber,
work.
Get out of there." Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands
Yeah,
on
look at the
his
flick of the
chest.
wrist.
He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them, and he's screaming loudly 10 times, "Amber, get the fuck up! Amber, get the fuck up! Amber, get the fuck up!" Loudly. Then
You're loud,
bodyguards hear
Elaina.
this. They come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think
Welcome back to
Elizabeth
Spina.
Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony.
Sock puppets, Lily Bonfi.
After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day, and he comes in storming
He had only
in,
3 friends
and
in
he
law
says,
school,
"Get your
Sylvie.
bitch outta
Moral
here."
compass.
And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad, and Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out.
I wonder if Elaine is going to close her closing argument by saying, "And can I speak to the manager, please?"
He rearranges the furniture.
Major
Or he might
Karen
knock
vibes.
Something off, one of the countertops or something. I think is the testimony of his bodyguard.
Oh, and you're the
But you saw
jury?
Pictures. He went through.
And we
trashed
know
that
a
place
lot
as
of the members
as
of the
he
jury are
left.
Asian.
Now, the next part of this
We've
is
heard-
the police coming. Io calls
It's gonna be,
the police.
"You're the
He's
jury?
in New
I wanna
York.
talk
He
to the
calls
manager."
New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence, and he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place. And
Oh,
make
interesting.
it
Aaron
second
says,
one. You'll
"Notice
see
how
that they're
Elaine
like
doesn't
8
butcher the
minutes
name of the
apart,
witnesses that
up there.
helped
But it
their
took
case,
2 hours
but
to
she
dispatch
butchers
the 2
Camille's
ones,
last name
And Amber never even had
often.
any idea that the second one was coming.
Subscribe,
The
you
first
guys.
one's
Let's
come.
try to reach
And, we
1K
talked about it and
subbies.
shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those
Subscription
pictures
pinned it to
could
the
very much
top
have been what was
of the
there
chat
that
as
night.
well.
Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say
I think Elaine is not talking about Amber Heard anymore. Elaine drifted into her life story.
She wouldn't do it.
Because like, Elaine, oh my God, it looks like Elaine is talking about her best friend. Like, oh my gosh, she wouldn't do it. And then I called Tamara, and then she said, oh wait, I don't hear any more audio. Why don't I hear audio? Can you hear audio? Did I unplug myself? Can you hear her? I can't hear her. My audio is gone. I lost the... No audio. Nobody can hear audio. Oh, Elaine's microphone broke, you guys. They silenced her. Her time is up. There's no audio. It literally felt like Elaine was like,
You recall Josh Drew
oh, now she
saying
got her
the
audio
police
back.
officer told
She's like,
him
look, and I got something more to
she
say.
was
And then my
making arrests. He
sister,
definitely said
I
that.
invited my
But
sister
in any event,
to family brunch on
she
Sunday.
would
My
not-
sister called
she
my
would not
cousin and
cooperate. She
said,
didn't want
oh my
to-
God,
but
Elaine
Detective
used to
Sanders
do
are
this to
domestic
me when we
relations
used to go
or
to the
domestic
shopping
violence,
centers.
person
And I said, honey,
said they
no,
should have
I didn't do that to
done
you.
an incident
You
report
should be
no
the
matter what,
one
even if
who
they said
stops
there wasn't
going
crime.
to
Because
Party
domestic
City
violence
for
and
those
hazard
cheap-ass
cycles, they come
wiglets
back,
that you're
and
using.
it's good to
I'm
have
the OG.
record
And then my
for the next
sister's...
time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they
Nobody's
put
listening
verbal
anymore.
dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice in that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police
then I
officers,
got my
you know,
lawyer
forgot
degree
about it 2 months
back
later
in
when they were first asked about
1980
it,
something.
Whether they just decided she's never going to press charges.
She's
and you'll see in the call
and then they
report they're
told me
insisting
she's
that
never
the
going to
second
press
step.
charges if
It
we don't
doesn't
give
make any
her
difference. The
her
point
lawyer
is,
degree.
This is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all."
So then I cooked the cake and I went to coffee. Oh my God, you guys! And then I started dating this guy who turned out to be a total douchebag. But you know what? Thankfully, he was not wearing Sauvage, so that kind of discredits, I guess, the whole theory that Sauvage is only worn by douchebags. But that's besides the point, you guys. So where was I again? Oh yeah, my law degree.
Charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that.
Johnny knew that. Come on, you guys. Can I talk to the manager now? Can I talk to the manager though?
And 773, because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, "My profound apologies" in one of them, and "my apologies are eternal" in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine.
Baruch. Oh, now she doesn't know the names
None of the
again.
police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were
when you
asked
tried
about
to
it.
reach 1,000 words for your essay.
So that's the next one. So clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly, they knew it. Clearly, there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to
Excited
suggest
kindergartner
that
at
she's
show and tell.
manufacturing
Oh my God, I
evidence
can't
with
with you
her
guys.
friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges.
She is such
Now,
a little
let's go to the
gossipy
third one.
thing. It would be really fun to go like on the weekend and have brunch with her. Oh my
This
God.
makeup thing, fresh faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking. So did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman?
Did you talk to
was
Mr. Waldman?
trying
Did you talk to
plant
Mr. Waldman? So
in
I
all of
said
these
to
people's
Tamara, do not
She wasn't
dare talk about my Apple Watch again. Because, hold on, I'm done with you, Tamara. Let me go and get the perfume now. And I want to have brunch. I want to have brunch with Liza. And actually, oh my God, let me tell you, last week, Liza, it was impossible. She told me her whole story, how she became a lawyer, how she lost. Yes, she passed the bar. She lost the bar. Oh, honey, we went to the bar. Did I tell you about the bar? We both lost it at the bar. Not talking about our innocence, honey, because I've been gone for a while now. But so we went to the bar, lost the bar.
say that any
I'm
of
back.
the witnesses admitted that Adam Walton planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's really and that's because it's all the same thing.
She's like one of those chihuahuas that bark.
She
Like,
was natural. She
and
wasn't
then
wearing
runs away,
distinctive makeup.
and then it
Every
comes
one of
back
them
again.
says it's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house.
She's back, you
without
guys.
putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years,
Oh my
why on
God.
earth
Oh
would
my
she
God.
not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on
Oh my
earth would
God.
she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense.
I think
But
she
you
goes
know,
back
you
to
guys
the
saw
judge
her
because
here.
they have to reboot her.
You saw Amber on the stand.
Allegedly.
There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously, the defamatory
Jesus,
meaning
me
of
when
that
I
is
take
that
2
Adam's
Adderalls by
creating an
accident.
abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell
Madame,
you all of the
put
evidence.
things
because Ben did
in?
a
I thought
beautiful
makeup
job
was
of
put
taking
on.
you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr.
You
Hughes
didn't
testified
study,
that
but
she
you are
also
not your
spoke with
final
Bonnie
exam
Jacobs.
trying to fool the
She
teacher.
kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to.
Yeah, she's literally
It started
undoing
in
everything
2012,
Rottenborn did.
Both physical and
Objection, Your Honor.
Dr. Hughes testified to that.
There's an objection. There you go. First time that Johnny's team objects. I would have just let her talk. I mean, the jury is not listening to her at this point. I'm telling you, none of us is listening to her. So it's safe to believe the jury also lost the plot. Because she lost the plot. I would demand a drink to sit through this as a jury member, says Kev. And 2 free lunches, says Kev. Child, let me tell ya. She's undoing everything that Rotten Guy did, says Gloria. Hella says Melania. Love says Elaine. Now, cavity search, says Madame. Cavity search. I guess they were searching for makeup. Oh my God, you guys. I can't with y'all. Yes, thank you, Susanna. Harmony says, we don't even get to hear the objection. Reboot time, says Harmony. Prophet says, I've tuned her out, LOL. Love says, thank God. Zara says, she's ranting. I know. They objected. Now they're going to the judge to be like, sorry, she cannot keep talking about her private life and going to brunches and lunches with her girlfriends at the mall every weekend. Like, can we, And the judge is, okay, hold on. Let me reboot. Harmony says the jury needs to be compensated more. This entire case is so intense. We all object, says Anna. I mean, apparently after a year has gone, allegedly they can write their own memoirs and books about how it was to be in the jury. So they could earn their money that way after it's gone and over. Allegedly. It's Judy, RN. It's Judy. Poor Judy just typing away like all hell broke loose. Love says she's like one of those neighbors you want to avoid who talks too much. Oh my God, yeah, those neighbors where you say good morning and you want to walk away, but they hold you on and they keep talking.
Bonnie Jacobs notes.
She's back!
Both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment and she did
Your Honor,
not
objection.
that that was in there.
It's like she's talking about her own recipe again. Your Honor, Your Honor, and Elaine rushes back to her little pult and okay, so then I made cranberry apple pie and it was delicious. All my aunts and all my neighbors really loved it. And objection, Your Honor, the neighbors did not love it.
Reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she went.
Ella Rank is impressed by your ability to just continue and go out. I know, she's
abuse in February of this year.
Unstoppable.
And she went through, took the notes, took photos.
You best believe after court session is over, she's going to go home, she's going to keep talking at home.
And you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that.
Read the room, Elaine. OM Jesus, Gloria. Exactly. Yeah, Dr. Curry, Jesus. It is Dr. Curry. We're all a fan of Dr. Curry. Harmony says Elaine is recounting too many of the mundane details. She's not helping the jury connect the dots properly and meaningfully. I agree. Marilla says, okay, Rottweiler closes strong, but now they are giving everything away. Maria B says, thank you, Ella Ina, for messing up everything. Dr. Rottenborn said, we even forgot what Camille did. Anna Lopez said, Amber crying after this. Letty says the Amber Alert was from the retirement home where she went missing, and now she's talking about her experience there. This is Letty.
That's a big question. They call her a gold digger, right?
I think the Amber Alert literally was symbolic, and it meant like, guys, stop here. If you want a chance at winning, stop here. And they didn't stop. Now Elaine is talking about her life story.
Property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney.
Yeah, Johnny wondering if he's the only one lost.
Cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. She didn't want
S3 hands are slowly zooming in on Johnny with "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Music in background. He's asleep. Kate says Elaine is messing everything up for Amber. Madame says she is giving major Sharpay energy. Smurfette says there she goes, trying to squeeze a tear out. Harmony says, why is she talking about the marriage? How is this relevant? Anna says the coffee is not strong enough.
31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
Well, she could have just said, I don't like your hair. She could have said, I don't like your jacket, your suit. But then I thought to myself, if I buy an Apple Watch, it's going to look so cute in court. And then she kept objecting and telling me no to do it. And then they're like, Your Honor, Elaine has lost the plot again. Can we can we approach the bench, Your Honor? Oh my God, Elaine lost it. Lost it. She lost the plot completely. Completely. Oh my God, RN says, this is how I feel like when I watch HRH Collection. You guys. Oh my God, this is so funny. And she's like, and then the color. Why didn't she say, I don't like the color of your hair? Why didn't she say, she could have said, I don't like your jacket, but she didn't. Like, Your Honor, can we, like, yeah, can the jury object? No, the jury cannot say anything, but it would be so cool if the jury just said, please stop. If the jury said, please, Your Honor, make it stop. We'll give you back the $15 you're giving us every day. Look, we'll pay you $15 for every day. Please, we'll give you back the $15 you're paying us to be a jury. Just shut up. We'll tip you on top. We'll give you $16, huh? We'll take $1 out of our own pockets, put one on top. Just stop it. Oh, yeah. You know what? Elaine could be like, at the end of her closing, she's like, oh, and by the way, you guys, I actually make jewels. I can bejewel your Apple Watches. Find me on Etsy. And then they're like, you can't plug in your own business, Elaine.
So if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. These are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said...
Why does Chu having an objection? Elaine is playing their hands.
And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax
implications
to it, and because she was getting paid over the time.
No, it doesn't even miss a beat. She's back.
And you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted.
Paying you, Elaine.
She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to, but she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go.
Marilla's waiting for the Milani promo code.
I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
You promised us you were going to go pretty fast.
There's a few different.
You didn't say you were going to be short.
One of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove.
Yeah,
these.
Gloria Arecinos.
So
I'm hearing that adult voice in Charlie Brown cartoons.
Reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment, you don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script unless they did change it. Then he said, we never negotiate salaries, but we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's.
What's her name?
So
Hazel London.
Admit to any of these
from
things. What came out
from
in
that
Hamada's
report,
deposition,
news
now, I hope
report.
you're listening carefully to this. was
at
the
Bella
email
Noche.
from James Wan, the director.
The
and
Bella
James
Noche.
and,
You know,
Jason
when the two
Momoa,
chicks
her
were
co-star,
interviewed
who
about
said
the
they
shooting at Bella
guarantee if they
Noche
are in
many,
the
many
film,
years ago,
she
the
is
beef
gonna be
in.
Mira in the film.
And then at one
Why
point,
would
the
they do
reporter
that
is
unless they
filming
thought Warner Brothers
Heather
was being unfair?
Hazel London, and she's all alone
And
in the
why
parking
didn't
lot,
she get almost knocked
talking
out of it?
just
Because
like
of the
this
defamatory
to
statement.
nobody.
When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon,
Hazel
I call him
London.
Dee Hauser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements.
Oh my
how
God,
that
Bella
went through the
Noche.
social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about
Amber is
Aquaman
like,
2. And
one,
instead of the career trajectory of the
3
other competitors, who
little
all went way
sheep
up, and by the way, all the experts
jumping.
admit that
No,
that
I have to start again. Okay,
trajectory
hold
went
on.
well for all
I
the
lost-
rest of them,
I
and
lost
she's
the
only
plot.
one that didn't have it.
One,
And the
two.
reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her. but
Nice
she was
watch,
her agent.
Elaine. Nice
she
watch.
Said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she
Yeah, that's not Rottenborn. That's the guy with the bad fade haircut.
Every time these hoax things come up, everything,
Forget
it
his
causes her
name,
to
but-
relive all of it. She talks about the panic
also
attacks, the
kinda-
nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere.
Oh my God.
This media, the
They're
social
threatening
media
to
that
put her
has just
daughter in a
taken on
microwave,
has
for
just
God's
consumed
sakes.
her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, "Fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her." We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. but we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank God it's over. Now let's hear what happens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch.
Thank you.
And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other, and do not do any outside research, okay?
Do not discuss the case with each other. They're the jury. Whatever. So after lunch is back, after we're back after lunch, there's going to be another 45 minutes of the rebuttal. And then we'll go.
All right. So let's come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay?
6 minutes.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right. Thank you.
She didn't take any time off this. Elaine is like, yeah, but you took off like 20 minutes when we were like approaching the bench. No, Elaine, I didn't. Ya blabbered on. Ya blabbered and ya blabbered. And you got 6 minutes left. And the others got, what, over 30 minutes left. And Elaine is like, how's that possible? Yeah, maybe next time, don't share your whole life story with us. Jeez Louise. She's like, how come we got only 6 minutes for rebuttal? Ha ha. Oh, now Amber is like, you're fired. You did too much. You did too much. I'm just inventing everything for entertainment purposes only. None of this is real. Okay? Okay. There's another little bitch bug flying over there. I see it. Okay, so I'm going to try to catch... It's a weird hysterical little bug. It's flying very quickly in circles. So you guys, this was fun. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. Right, then there's rebuttal. So they can't discuss the case until it's handed to them, says Sylvie. Xeni says, 6 minutes! Ha ha ha! Right, Harmony says, Sylvie says, this whole time, they haven't been able to discuss this mess. I would die. Sylvie says, I know, for 6 weeks. 6 minutes, LOL. Good job, Elaina, says... Julie says, she wasted their time. Marilla says, someone should tell that this Apple Watch actually can tell the time. Oh my God. Or cannot tell the time. Harmony says, good. Christina says, I wonder what's for lunch. Julie says, she's like a grandma telling a story how she remembers. Francesca says, what a waste of time. I don't need, do I need to go to the loo, you guys? No, but I need food. What a waste of time. I have a little sandwich in the fridge I'm going to take out. Anybody wants a snack? We could eat together now. Watch has made you go crazy and given you too much confidence, says love to Elaine. Spray her down, says Jezosini says, we know you make us laugh, Dacob. Thank you. And I love it. Says, I'm glad I shared this torture with y'all. Harmony says, Dacob and everybody, thank you for making this whole thing so much fun. Oh, it ain't over yet, honey. I'm going to grab a little or should we order a pizza? I don't know. What's better? I mean, I have like a sandwich or two left in the fridge, but maybe ordering a little pizza-let or something. Maybe. Should we do pizza? We could do pizza. Yes, let's snack, says Love. So we could do pizza, like... Should I do my classic tomato with gorgonzola, like a margarita with gorgonzola and chicken? Or should I do like chicken with rice and coleslaw? Those are the two options. Like a little chicken moment with coleslaw and a little bit of mashed potatoes, or should I do a pizza? Julie, no, gorgonzola is not the stinky cheese. That's another cheese. Julie says to do the classic pizza. Chicken, rice, and coleslaw sounds good. Yeah, with mashed potatoes. And an egg on top of the mashed potatoes with gravy. That's also an option. RN does not like coleslaw. Pizza Diavola, Jesus. Ah! Thank you so much. So kind of you. Well, let me pop your cherry. Oh, boy. Really, Maria? Gorgonzola always leaves a funny smell when you get it down? When I get it, I don't like... Oh, but gorgonzola is not stinky cheese, though. It's a very different type of cheese. All right, let's do the pizza then. All right, we do pizza. Okay, let me pop your cherry, sweetie. Thank you so much for the donation. Very generous and kind of you. And I'm going to pop it right now. Whoa. Oh, yes. It flew. Thank you so much for supporting the Fashion Bunker. And, well, totally Dacob in this case, but we're still in the Fashion Bunker. And we still got a mile to go with after lunch. No, you guys, you're confusing gorgonzola with moldy cheese. Gorgonzola does not smell. Doesn't smell like stinky, musty socks, child. No, that's not gorgonzola. That is another moldy cheese. Let me refresh my makeup because I see my nose shining from the side. Real gorgonzola, especially young gorgonzola, which is very creamy, does not have a smell. It's not stinky cheese. There's also stinky cheese, but that's not gorgonzola. You know? Julie says, our gorgonzola in the US is very close to blue cheese, moldy and pungent. Julie, okay. There is no our gorgonzola, just like there is no our Parmigiano Reggiano. It's a designated protected area that is allowed to produce it. Like Parmigiano, you're only allowed to call your cheese Parmigiano if it comes from the Parma region. Gorgonzola is also protected. So you can't make gorgonzola outside of gorgonzola and call it gorgonzola. You know what I mean? It's like with champagne. Champagne is also protected. It's from the region of Champagne where it's made. Now, you can make moldy cheese. You could do all types of moldy cheeses, but it's not that cheese that comes from that region in Italy. And only if it comes from that region in Italy can you actually call it gorgonzola. It's a protected, you know? Now, if somebody wishes to call it gorgonzola and it doesn't come from that region, maybe in that particular country, they don't accept that protected designation for the name of the cheese. That is a possibility. But you can, for example, call your cheese feta, but the feta cheese has to be made with a certain percentage of sheep milk or goat milk as opposed to cow milk. And you could make a cheese taste like feta with only using cow milk, but that's not feta anymore. Yeah. Anyway. So all right. Okay, let me read it. Let me read to you. Let's get legal. Fine. I'm fine with that. We did that with Zara a couple of weeks ago. Let's do it again. Now, Gorgonzola cheese sold in the EU has a protected designation of origin, a type of GI that covers agricultural products and foodstuff whose quality or characteristic is essentially or exclusively due to a particular geographic environment and is produced, processed, and prepared in a given geographical area using recognized know-how. This GI designation ensures that only products originating in the Lombardy and Piedimonte, or, well, Piedmont, but it's actually called Piemonte, regions in Italy are allowed to be identified as Gorgonzola. As of May 2016, there were 1,341 registrations for food and agriculture under the EU's GI programs. As a result of this approach, here goes America again, messing things up, U.S. dairy farmers cannot sell their Gorgonzola cheese in Europe even though their product meets FDA's legal definition. But it ain't Gorgonzola, baby. They use the name. They're allowed to use it in America. They're not allowed to sell that cheese with that name anywhere else in Europe. So that's why I'm telling you that's not Gorgonzola. When I speak about Gorgonzola, I mean the European Italian Gorgonzola. It is not a stinky cheese. And there's different gradients of it. It can be very young Gorgonzola. Then it's all kind of fluid. And then when it gets a little bit older, it gets more tight. But it's very different from a classic moldy cheese that you could, make anywhere in the world, which can smell really intense or can smell less intense. It can look more blue or less blue. So yeah. Yes, I'll do the classic little chicken moment with Gorgonzola. I'll do a margarita with Gorgonzola and chicken. So we're going to order that with the real Gorgonzola, the non-stinky one. Yes, so that's exactly it. So Julie says, yes, exactly. Asia says, I love Gorgonzola pizza. Love says, I bet Elaine could tell us a thing or two about cheese. Oh my God, the shade. The shade. Also, maybe stinky is relevant, says Julie. What someone thinks is stinky, something is mild. No, Gorgonzola doesn't have a smell. That's... Okay. So, another interesting point about Gorgonzola is the fact that the way the Gorgonzola ferments and works is for people like me who have lactose intolerance. I'm not on the high spectrum of lactose intolerance, but with Gorgonzola, the lactose is already broken up. So it's technically easier for a lower grade of lactose intolerant people to actually digest Gorgonzola. So less of that fermentation going on, or more of that fermentation, but less of that dairy lactose element in there, also contributes to it smelling less. So again, when we talk about stinky cheese, a lot of French cheeses are very popular, stinky cheeses, for example. But there are some Italian cheeses that are also considered stinky. But Gorgonzola does not qualify under those. It just doesn't. Now, does Gorgonzola have its own smell? If you put your nose really close to it, you will smell it. But it's not the type of cheese... You know what I'm talking about. When you store in your fridge a stinky cheese, you open the fridge, you get a waft of fart out of the fridge. Like, you know what I mean? You don't get that with Gorgonzola. You just don't. Again, if it's the Italian Gorgonzola. You open the fridge, you get the fart smell. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so yeah, Asia says, the village is like 40 minutes drive away from me. And Julie says, that is what I was saying. But, oh, sorry, the chat went away. But anyway, get it, says Julie, I am jealous. I can't wait to eat that pizza. Now I'm getting really hungry for Gorgonzola. Letty says, for example, bubbly wine can come from anywhere, but only champagne can be called champagne that way if it comes from that region. Marilla says, when you make me craving 30 minutes before the stores are closing, Marilla says, oops. Asia says, it's a bit spicy, but not that smelly. Gorgonzola is not spicy. I would define gorgonzola as having a particular taste that only gorgonzola has. It's like, it's a very particular taste. When you put it in your mouth, it is, olfactively speaking, not spicy. It's kind of borderline between a bitter smell and an acidy smell. It's like a slightly acidic, bitter, and it kind of envelops the entire olfactive area. So it's a very fulfilling taste because it fills up all the flavor buds. And it's a green type of flavor. Musty in a way. Yeah, love. There's a mustiness to gorgonzola. Love says, oh, that Gruyere smells of constipation fart. Yeah, Gruyere can be very stinky. Asia says, and also pecorino. Pecorino is also a really delicate cheese. I love the taste. Julie likes the moldy cheese. Velasquez 2011 says, still, I love Gruyere. Zara says, I want to thank everyone for the laughs today. You guys are hilarious. Thanks, Zara. Love. Yes, me too. Asia says, there is a village town called Gorgonzola in Italy. Yes, there is. Comte is also not bad, says Rosha about the cheese. Julie says, get the pizza, Dacob. Getting the pizza. I'm getting the pizza. Love says, musty. Nina says, hi, Dacob. Hi, everyone. Hi, Nina B. Finally home. Hey, sweetie. Jesus says, you can taste the mold. It almost tingles the inside of your mouth. It has a tingly sensation. It's that acidy, it's that acidic touch. It tingles. The mold tingles. Yeah, it's a good word, Jesus. Yeah, it's tingly. All right, ordering the pizzalet and also posting the video that I just posted. Well, that posted itself at 3. What's it called? So, somebody's saying, I enjoy your outro. Oh, thank you. I'm just checking. Wait a minute. AH commented. Is that Amber Heard? Did Amber Heard comment on my video? Somebody called AH commented on one of my videos. This is hilarious. Amber Heard is watching my YouTube channel during the trial. You guys. Oh, be sure to subscribe to Totally Dacob. Let's try to reach 1,000 subscribers. Hold on, let me just try to get the latest video. And okay, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who actually watched my latest video, which was posted just a couple of hours ago, because it's doing really well. We're already at 2,400 views. Thank you guys so much for that. And now I have to share it on my Instagram as well while ordering the pizza and everything. We're doing everything as we're waiting for the trial to resume with the rebuttal, 45-minute rebuttal, where Elaine only gets 6 minutes. Okay, who wants to bet that they're not going to let Elaine talk? They're like, Elaine, sorry, girl, we're not going to give you the 6 minutes. We're going to have to give it to Rottenborn because, girl, no. Or is Elaine going to use up the 6 minutes? Yes, Caroline. Hey, Caroline Jens.tir. We're waiting for rebuttal, which is coming after lunch. So now we're ordering lunch. Or snacks, whatever you feel like ordering. And then they're coming back in about 30, 40 minutes. And then we're going to hear rebuttal. Dutch cheese are rather clean. Oh, the Gouda. Rosha says, Baba RN. Oh, bye-bye RN. Bye-bye RN. Nina V says, Dacob, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I love pecorino. We're talking about gorgonzola. New video. It's kind of hard to post these Insta stories while I'm focusing also on the chats. Because I have to, And I misspelled YouTube. I spelled YupTube. So funny. And It's getting really exciting. The rebuttal is going to be super exciting because, I mean, that's like the end. It's like the last stuff the lawyers say. There's 45 minutes, of which only 6 are Amber's lawyers and the rest is Johnny's lawyers. So that's going to be funny. What they have to say. I honestly lost Elaine. I mean, this was embarrassing. Her going on at a certain point, it really felt like... It was just ridiculous. Let's be fair. It was ridiculous. Wouldn't you agree? So, I also wonder if we can... I don't know if it's set up properly for this live stream, if we can play like one of those word games while we're waiting. I don't think it's possible. I think it has to be set up in a new live stream though. Like just to play one round of spelling or not so sure. Had a Red Bull and coffee together. You had... Oh, Elaine. Oh my God, I was like, Maria, you did not have Red Bull and coffee together. No, Elaine had Red Bull and coffee together. It felt like she was unhinged. It was insane. I don't know why. She did what she did. Hold on. Hold it. Preparing the little Insta story. A little Insta story, darling. A little Insta story. You know, just a little something, little Insta story to post. A little, you know, a little something, sweetie darling. A little knick-knack of an Insta story. And, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna post this music also. Really difficult because I can't play music on YouTube. All right, you guys. So okay, almost ready, you guys. Okay. So I'm posting it to my Insta stories. Super Dacob Backup is my Instagram account. You can follow me there to get also every updates whenever I post new videos, whenever I have a live stream going on, I post it there so you can always get updated. And I'm just going to share it. It takes forever, but I'm going to share it also to my other account. My other account is DacobCC. Go follow me there as well. And then it's like the work of a YouTuber never stops. Honestly, never. Now, you want to play a game? Let's play a little game while we're waiting for the pizza to arrive. Ta-da, you guys! Let's play Words on Stream. We made it last time to level 21. That was our record, our personal record. Last time we live streamed this game, we made it to level 21. Can we beat level 21? Are you ready for this? While we wait for court to resume, we're gonna play ourselves a little game. Some of you have already played this game. For those of you who are new to this game, basically you're gonna have like letters, scrambled up letters appear at the top, and then you're gonna have to form words out of it. The higher the levels go, it's like Scrabble or scrambled words. The higher the levels go at one point, some letters are going to be fake, and then some even higher still levels, some of the letters are going to be missing, and you're going to have to find out which letter it is that is missing. All right. Maria was on the 5th play. Okay, let's do it. Oh, I don't need my headphone for this, right? Okay. All right, so there's a bunch of words here. You can see there's a 4-letter word. There's a lot of 4-letter words. And then the biggest word with the most points is over there. So how to play, either you've already scanned that little QR code over there and you've accessed it, but otherwise you just type in the chats. You type in the chats, the word you want. There you go. Andrea typed in tend. So you type in the chats. You type the word that you want in the chats. Wow, there you go. Tendency. Oh my God. The best. Okay, so the goal is 50 points. We are now at 19 points. We need 50 points to pass to the next level. Andrea also found teen. Wow. Anna, you found tendency. That's amazing. Now, if when you type it doesn't work in the chats, then you gotta scan the QR code first. Yeah, Andrea typed in tend and teen. Yeah, it worked. What? Tender is a good one, but I think you're blocked from doing... Oh, no, you're not blocked. There's no R. Andrea, there's no R. There's no R in the... Harmony wrote dent. Perfect. We're at 34. How, you can't do tuck, Jizzes. There's no K. How can you... Jizzes, there's no R. How can you do century? There's no R. You guys, we have to run through the rules again. Deny. That's a good one, Ana Lopez. Yeah, we're at 42. Oh my God, we're going to... Oh, 51. We made it just in the nick of time. We're passing on to the next level. We got 51 points out of 50. Decent. That's a good one. Needy. Oh my God, that's a really good one. And okay, are we gonna jump 2 levels now or just 1 level? Let's see, because sometimes if we get okay, 1 level. All right, we're good to go. Now we're going to level 2. Harmony's number 1, Anna number 2, Andrea number 3, Xeni number 4, and then Ana Lopez number 5. Level 2. Harmony. Oh, it didn't show? All right, now we got these letters. N-G-I-A-G-I-M. Gaming. Gaming. Somebody write gaming. We can get a lot of points with gaming. Well done, Marilla. Ming, like the Ming Dynasty. Jizzes, if it's not working... Oh no, Harmony wrote... Wait, who wrote gaming first? If when you type it doesn't work for... Well, if a word is taken, we can't take it twice. But in case you're the first one to write a word and it doesn't appear here, then you gotta scan that QR code first and unlock the feature for you. Just in case. Oh, gingham is a good one, but it wasn't in there, huh? Well, there's no H. That's why. You can't... Sini, you can't do gingham. There's no H. Also, you cannot... Nina, B, and Hella. The smallest words, the shortest words have 4 letters. You can't do 3-letter words. We're already at 54 of 35. We're really good. So if we manage to fill out the whole thing, the last 3 words missing, then we can jump 3 levels, I think. We can go 3 levels up. Yeah, Ming, like Ming Dynasty. But I don't know if they're going to accept Ming. No, we're missing... I don't know. Gaiman? Cha... I can't believe that was that. Okay, well, that's a word. So I think we're going to jump at least 2 levels because we did really well. Maybe we might even jump 3 levels, but I think we're going to jump 2 levels up. Yeah, 3 levels. Oh my gosh. Okay, so, well, would you look at that? Total ranking, Andrea is number 1, and on level 2 ranking, Marilla is number 1. All right, let's jump to level 5. Burrito. Anybody? Somebody spell burrito. Oh wait, burrito. Yeah, burrito. Yes. Francesca. Perfection. We got burrito. Turbo. That's a good one, Marilla. Bout. Sunset and moonlight. That's very much like the Canadian version of about, like a boot. We're oot and a boot. Tour, sunset, Anna, brute. We got Guzzle in the house. 32 of 44. We still need, okay, 40. Oh, 4 more points and then we're gonna pass the next level. Riot. Who wrote Riot? Gigi. Well done, Gigi. Corinne spelled out route or route. We still need 4 points, you guys. I'm thinking. Darn. Oh no, we're gonna lose. I can't believe we can't find another word. We just need one more word. And if when you spell it doesn't work, you gotta scan the QR code first and activate it. Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it. GG. Oh, orbit. Yes. What about orot? Toro, orot. O-R-O-T or T-O-R-O? I don't even know if those are words. Okay, but we passed it. We passed it. Okay, level 6 is next. Andrea's still number 1, and Gigi's number 1 on level 5 ranking. Andrea Myers is number 1 on the total ranking. If yours doesn't work, scan the QR code. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, gains. Sing. Sang. Oh, that's a good one. I'm so bad at this. Am I the only one who sees vagina? There is no vagina because you need 2 A's for that. You need 2 A's for that, you guys. Cha. Hey, Jesus, yes, you did Visa. That's a good one. Oh, vegans, like with an I, vegans. Instead of vegans, that's so funny. What about Gina? Just Gina. G-I-N-A. Like Gina. Like Gina Lollobrigida. G-I-N-A. Well, there's only 4-letter words left. So maybe Gina? Nags? Yeah, nag, maybe. Yeah, Harmony. Gina, come on. Oh, snag. Yes. Snag that wig. Well, once snag has been done, you can't do it again, obviously. But we've passed on to the next level for sure because we got 65 points of the 42 needed to pass on to the next level. 2 words missing. So I guess Gina did not work. All right. All right. Well, I think we're going to at least pass 2 or 3 levels up. 2 levels up. Okay, so we're going to level 8. Harmony is now number 1 with 36 points on both level 6 ranking and total ranking. Let's move on to level... Wait, we're going on to level 8. Okay. Budget? Oh, there's a fake letter. Attention, attention. One of these letters is fake. So maybe the G doesn't belong. Oh, beat. You can also do B-E-A-T. Ah, perfect. Okay, well, I got it. Gate, bait. Marilla got butt. H is fake. H is the fake letter, you guys. H is the fake letter. Because all the other letters worked. The H doesn't work. Don't use the H. The H is fake. Tube, like tube station. T-U-B. Oh, you did that already, Francesca. Sorry, I didn't see it. H is the fake letter. What's that long word? What's the longest word? Oh. Oh man, we're gonna lose. Oh, come on, you guys. Yeah, we're really far away. We're 45 points of 73. H is the fake letter. We knew that. H is the fake letter, you guys. Oh, a rutabaga. Oh, I think it's spelled with an E, Kev. Rutabaga, I think, with an E, not with an A. Oh no, we lost. Once we lost at level 1, you guys. We made it to level 21 or 22. Nina, there are no words with 3 letters. Nina keeps trying the 3 letters. Nina B, no 3 letters. Okay, let's do another one. Nina B, 3-letter words don't count. I can tell you that for sure. Plural names, I don't know. So, Harmony was number 1 all over, and Marilla was number 1 on level 8. Okay. Well, Target. Duh. Somebody write Target. There you go. Jesus wrote Tart. Corinne, Gear, Sunset Tear. Ooh, you're going fast, you guys. Yes. So everybody, refresh your streams so you have no delays. You know, just from time to time, if you refresh your stream, you're not gonna be delayed with what I see and what you guys see. Oh, this is so good. We're only 3 words away from making the whole thing. Anna Lopez, there are no 3-letter words. 4 is the minimum, cha. 4 is the... You see, 4 is the minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anna Lopez is like, oops, sorry. Oh, Tetra. That's a good one. Oh my god, there's 1 word missing. I really have no clue. But this is definitely going to make us jump 3 levels, for sure. Because 69 points of 35 gold, we're going to jump. We're skipping 3 levels. And now we're at level 4. Corinne is number 1 with 15 points. Let's jump right all over to level 4. Okay. 4 letters, 4-letter words are the shortest. And 7 is the longest word. Miri has clean. Clan. Bean. Who got Bean? Nina B got Bean. Bane. Cable. Yes. Corinne got Bane. Subscribe, you guys. Subscribe to my channel. Let's reach 1,000 subscribers. And while we're at it, we're playing games as well. If you subscribe, you get to play too. As we're waiting for court to resume and we're waiting for my pizza to arrive. Oh, Lane. Oh, you did Lane. Beal. Is that a word? Beal? Neil? Balance. Xeni. That's a good one. Balance is a good one, you guys. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see balance. Anal. Very well, Marilla. Very well, Marilla. Yes, Queen. Yes. Yes, Queen. Oh, Bale. There you go. Acne. Oh, that's a good one. I'm thinking Benka? Is Benka a word? No. Okay. I think we're gonna jump another 3 levels because only 3 words are missing. We're skipping 3 levels. We're going to level 5, 6, 7 or 8. Level 7. We're going to level 7. Sunset and Moonlight is number 1 on both charts. All right, let's go to level 7. There's a fake letter. Beware, there's a fake letter amongst these letters up there. True, true, T-R-U-E, true. Somebody write true. Wire, that's a good one, yeah. I think the the U is fake, you guys. The U is fake. The U is fake. The U is fake. Oh, writer, Xeni. Damn, that was good. Yeah, the U is fake. Tear. Oh, you did tear already. Oh, Trier or Trier? Where or Weir? Xeni. Damn, that's good. Oh, we did everything! Wow, amazing. Okay, we're skipping 3 levels. Now we're going to level 10. Sunset and Moonlight is number 1 total ranking, and Xeni is number 1 on level 7. So we're jumping to level 10, you guys. Now there's going to be a fake letter. Yep, so we still have a fake letter. Born. Maybe the K is fake? Or the G? Born and bore. Knob. Kern. Bone. So I guess the G. The G is fake then, right? Broken. Oh, that is good. Robe. Oh no, we're still not there, guys. We still need 2 points to pass to the next level. But definitely the G is the fake letter. G. Don't do any words with the G. Boner. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys. Ah. I can't with this game. I can't with this game. So we had anal and now we have boner. Cha. Asia, you just type in the letter in the chat. If that doesn't work, then you gotta scan that QR code. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, burn like the city burn. Julie Fitzgerald, maybe you need to scan the QR code if it doesn't work. Oh my god, 91 points of 67 needed. We're gonna jump 3 levels, you guys. It's getting difficult. You're amazing. We're so much better this time than last time when we played. Oh, Julie Fitzgerald, you need to restart the stream. Refresh the stream. Now we're gonna jump to level 12. Sunset and Moonlight is number 1 on both charts. Okay, level 12 has a fake letter. So one of the letters is not real. I mean, they're all real letters, but one of them is not gonna work. Mesa, Marilla. Same, Harmony. Sees, Monarch. Miri says seems. I guess the J. The J is fake. The J is a fake letter. The J is a fake letter. We still need 3 points to pass to the next level. Oh, we passed the next level. I was going to say Sesame, but Andrea already got Sesame. Well done. Well done, Andrea. Well done, sweetie darling. 65 points of 50. We're already next to the next level. Obviously, if we get all of the words that are missing right, we're going to jump. Oh, boy. Here we go. Miri got mess. If we jump 3 levels up, we're gonna go to level 15, right? We might break our record, you guys, because our record is like, what, 21? If we surpass 21 or 22 levels, we're gonna have a new record. C's! That's a good one, Marilla. I don't know which other word is missing, you guys. I have no clue. 5 letters. I can't make it up. But I think we're gonna jump 3 levels now. At least 2. 3 levels. So we're jumping to level what, 15? We're jumping to level 15. Sunset Moonlight is number 1 and Harmony is number 1 on the level ranking. Okay, now in this case, 1 letter is fake and 1 letter is hidden. And you have to guess what it is. It's getting really difficult, you guys. I want to say the Y is fake, but maybe I'm wrong. Gigi, way to go! And Gigi just discovered the missing letter. The missing letter is the L. L is the hidden letter. L is the hidden letter. And V is the fake letter. V is the fake letter, you guys. L is the missing letter. V is the fake letter. Oh boy, time is running out quickly. Oh, look at you, yas! Limps and lip and limps and lips and imps and slim and simply. Lisp. Mills, actually it's miles. Oh, we still need 8 points, you guys. Otherwise we're gonna lose. Slip, we need 2 points. We need 2 more points, otherwise we're gonna, oh my god, it's ending! Ah! What is... Oh, hey, Mrs. Blue. What does yips mean? Yipes. Yips. We're at 77. We did it, you guys. Millie? No. I mean, M-I-L-Y? Is that a word? Malai? Slimy! Oh my god, you got that one, eh? Marilla? Genius. But it didn't count it. Damn, otherwise it would have jumped 3 levels. Sunset Moonlight number 1, Marilla number 1. Marilla number 1, level 15. Sunset Moonlight, total ranking. Well done, we're going up to level 17. Now, we're gonna have a fake letter and a hidden letter. Oh, 5 letters. Okay, now the shortest word is 5 letters. You can't do 4-letter words anymore. No more 4-letter words. Might. That's a good one. What's the missing letter? Might, night. Oh, so N. Okay, perfect, you guys. So thanks to Marilla, we know that the missing letter is the N. N is the hidden letter. N is the hidden letter. Miri, well done. Miri got midnight. So I guess L is the fake letter. L. I can't go that high. Yeah, but there. L. L is the fake letter. And N is the missing letter. This is really hard. So many consonants, only 2 vocals. Digit, that's a good one, but we're so, oh no, 42 of 63, you guys. Oh my god, we're so doomed. 42 of 63, we're so doomed. Squeeze in the last words, you guys. We didn't break our record. Nina B, this was 5 letters were the shortest words, not 4. Harmony, 5 letters. But it's over now. Sunset Moonlight wins with 76 points. Miri won level 17 with 15 points. Let's see if we can win. So 21 is our record, right? Let's try to beat 21. Or not. Oh, it's going to begin again? Hold on, you guys. Oh. Okay, no, it's not there yet. Okay, there's only a few minutes left, you guys, before the court resumes. So we tried to beat our record. We didn't, but maybe next time we will. Level 21 is, you know, we're going for level 22, obviously. And hopefully we're going to get there. Asia says, super hard. English is not my first language. Oh, don't worry about it. It's just, well, you learn some new words and it's fun to just hang out together and do this while we wait for court to resume. That was fun. A little tiny, like, intermezzo between the trials just to kind of, like, get to pep up the mood, you guys. 5 letters. Is it Amber, maybe? Asked Robert. Could have been, right? Hold on. And also, who's to say that those white lines on the photo that Amber showed, who's to say it wasn't Chanel makeup? It's like very white, as you can see. It's super white. And it's not what you think it is. Kev says 60 more subscribers until Dacob pops it. Yes, guys, help me reach 1,000 subscribers. We are almost there. We literally only need 60 more, and then we're there. Would go. So obviously, right now the YouTube algorithm is not working in my favor because other channels have been live streaming the court case really from day one, and the algorithm kicked in for them the past 6 weeks. Live streaming every day of the trial, so the algorithm really pushes them out because they're growing exponentially. So in my case, the algorithm doesn't recognize what we're doing yet, I feel. So there's that. So it's not really easy to get out the message out to other people. Edu, how's it going? Hi, sweetheart. Hi, everyone. Hey, Edu, how's it going? We're just about to go back to court for the rebuttal. And there's going to be 45 minutes of rebuttal, of which 6 minutes is allocated or left over for Amber Heard's side, and all of the other minutes are left for Johnny. But that's because Elaine kept talking about what she had for brunch with her besties in the food court. Edu Gomez doing my cardio and watching you. Oh, honey, skinny legend getting ready for summer. Maria B says to Marilla, last time I did good, I was just guessing, huh? Julie says, off topic, found a good word for gorgonzola cheese. Not stinky, has a bite. LOL. Yeah, it has a little bit of a bite to it and it's not stinky. Great exercise for the brain, says Corinne. Yes, definitely. Definitely a good moment. Madame, the white lip balm is good. It's a little bit dry. You have to keep putting it on, and it does add up. Like if you keep adding it, it gets thicker and thicker, and then it looks creamy white. But I would like it to be a little bit less dry. But it's good. It's good, but it's not the moist, like Vaseline type of lip balm that I would prefer. But it's nice, you know. And my nose is itchy. Have to itch my nose. I do it with a scissor because I don't want to get my makeup off. But don't do it at home. You just need something pointy to scratch it without taking off the makeup. But it is dangerous to do so. So I would not recommend you do it at home. Edu is exactly right. Skinny legend working to become the goddess this summer in a tight bikini. Or she might go nude on a nudist beach. Maria B, when you guys put my username, it highlights only to me? When you guys put my username? What do you mean? Well, it's your username. Yes. It highlights, yes, you're highlighted because you see yourself. Julie says, Dacob, how long can I keep my blush and powder from Chanel? My sales associate keeps saying 12 months. It breaks my heart to trash all my 2-year-old powders. Julie, I keep them until I'm done using them. I know there's a thing here. Your blush. Okay, hold on. Wait, who wrote that? Julie Fitzgerald. Okay, Julie Fitzgerald said, Dacob, how long can I keep my blush and powder from Chanel? Here I have a blush from Chanel. Julie's sales associate says, keep saying 12 months. It breaks my heart to trash all my 2-year-old. First of all, Julie, how can that sales associate say 12 months when it clearly says on the package 18 months after opening it? There's that little thing at the bottom here, that little like kind of tin right there that has an open lid. There's a number inside of that, and that says 18. That literally means, hold on, be right back. Hold on.
All right, ready for the jury? All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Hello? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Symes and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Schell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss, with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it. on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court, where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth, and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California, Morgan Knight, Beverly Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Moss. And all
Alejandra
the other
was
witnesses
amazing.
whose stories support Mr.
Kate Moss
Depp's
was
description
amazing.
of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words,
Alejandra
she has
was
to
vaping.
prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency
Oh my God, Tyler, totally.
when he made the statements,
Cosplaying Daenerys from
Mr.
Game of
Waldman
Thrones,
is a lawyer.
Amber Heard.
Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's
She's taking the
responsibilities
throne,
as
baby.
Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr.
I agree,
Hughes
Harmony.
diagnosed Ms.
Braids
Heard
make her
with
look younger.
PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection.
No, but she wants money
Further,
to pay the
and
lawyers.
more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including Justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail.
Oh, Sylvie.
And the statements are substantially true, since all
So he says, I read that her legal costs are being covered by her
really is point
homeowner's
out that Ms.
insurance.
Heard's abuse allegations are false.
But if that's true,
Ms.
why
Heard's
would she say
counsel
that she
argued
couldn't
that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of
give
the
the divorce
op-ed,
money
which stated, I
to
spoke
charity
up
because she
against
needed the
sexual
divorce money to
violence
pay the lawyers?
and faced our culture's wrath.
That's what she said.
That has to change. Does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
More exhibits.
This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout the relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum. Staged photographs, that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice,
thank you, Kata.
That just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established.
Why did she have a baby by surrogate?
You may have noticed.
You said she had a baby by surrogate. Why didn't she have her own
baby?
babies? She can't have babies? What happened there?
Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory. that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, none of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Rich.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officer Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd
if you can't
because
see the
he
chat.
had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him?
Camille is nailing
Mr.
it.
Ronborn asked you to consider why you're here.
This time around.
So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself, Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as the representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Well done, darling. You've redeemed yourself from your terrible opening. Ah, the hug. Oh, are they boning? What about her boyfriend in England? Ooh, anyway,
Thank you.
Hearsay. So now, okay, I had two thoughts. One, is Elaine gonna go back talking about her pie recipe? Oh no, okay, they're like, Elaine, you're gonna zip it. Rotten is gonna do it. He's like, fuck, I got only 6 minutes. Got only 6 minutes to save the world. No, it's actually 4 minutes to save the world.
It's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who were on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy.
Time up.
And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. And the evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was. And their witnesses, even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decided to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That
T-Rex
promise,
energy, tiny hands.
to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms.
You
Heard's
heard
name is
Amber Heard.
That promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions.
Like a snake, he's trying to
Stand
hypnotize
up
the
for
jewelry,
victims of domestic
the
abuse
jury.
everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay. All right. Now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left, and the numbers were placed in an envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you, and I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come
2
this
are going to
far
be
and
kicked
not
out.
get a chance to deliberate, but that does not
2
lessen
fakes.
the respect
2
and
fake
admiration
letters.
that we have for you.
2
As
fake
an alternate,
jurors.
you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is
That's
because
terrible.
if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? So at this time, those
like,
jurors are excused.
losers,
and also the
you
remaining
lost your
jurors
time.
can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay?
Oh, man. What did I say, 2 and 14 or 3 and 14? Wah, 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 wah. So those 2 jurors, they're probably upset now. They're like, what the hell? Like 6 weeks, and now I gotta go home. 3 and 14. Xeni says 2. What is it? 2 or 4? Anyway, so basically, if it's 3 and 14, I have here a little map. Yeah, what's 14 though? Makes no sense. No, I only have 12 here. Okay. So I don't know what 14 means. Anyway.
So it'll always be at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star, okay? So,
we love Judy!
Yes, yes.
Yay, Judy!
Okay.
Judy's a rock star.
Your staff and the deputies have been absolutely phenomenal all the way through.
Microphone, Elaine. See how Chu turned on his microphone
That is
immediately?
one thing on which, Ms. Prederhoft, we respectfully disagree. Agree. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach? Sure.
Oh, God. Now they got to approach for another issue. I love that the judge realizes nobody's above. These are famous people, right? And they could have been total bitches to her whole team. They could have been super mean to her whole team, but they were not. So, she says, thank you for being so kind and, to my staff and my team. I thought that was really nice of her to say. She can't offer to these people she can't offer her team and staff the world. She can't offer them riches and great salaries and all that stuff. But she pushed a button on kindness and said, high profile case, televised, filmed, millions are at stake, but thank you for acknowledging my staff, for being kind to my staff. Now, Whether or not her staff really feels like they've been treated nicely is a whole other story. What she's telling us on camera, and she knows she's on camera, is that everybody has been treated fairly, is what she's telling us, right? Now, whether or not her staff has been treated fairly or not, we don't know. The fact that she acknowledged Judy every day, we know. So we know that she's telling us Judy's a rock star because Judy is fabulous. Interesting that she said the verdict will be delivered whenever it's delivered, and then at the beginning or end of the hour is when she will then say that it's been delivered. So if the jury comes to a verdict at 10:20 a.m., she's going to let them know at 11 a.m. So Jesus says maybe she got feedback from them. Maybe. I had this one thought. I had these two thoughts before, remember, then I stopped talking because Rotten, what's his name, started talking, the rebuttal. But the interesting thing, so I thought, well, the first thing I said actually, and the second thing I didn't manage to say was when I was looking at Amber and Elaine in front of her, you know that side camera, like that back side camera that they have filming both of them? I thought to myself, wow, if they really do make a movie, you know what? I would go for this total science fiction, time travel, crazy ass drama where, because to me, if you really, really look at it, Elaine looks like an older Amber. So imagine if, and this is in my crazy mind, this was going through my crazy mind while they were talking. I was like, could you imagine if in the future there's time travel and Elaine is Amber from the future, changed her name, travels to the past to defend herself. And this is why we had the impression when Elaine was doing the closing, whatever it's called, it felt like she was talking about what she was doing in the mall with her friends. Why she said, and she said, and could you imagine? I was like, why is she talking like it's something personal to her? Because it is Amber Heard from the future. Now, you know, this is just my crazy artist mind wandering, but just thinking. We'll go. I was just saying, you guys, what do you think? Marilla says, oh, Dacob, that's box office gold. Gold. Right? Jesus. Oh, cha. Watch him still your ideas. Let me tell ya. Because, let me tell ya. So, I'm watching them next to each other. I'm like, oh my God, it's the same person. Just older. Because then Amber Heard still doesn't have the double chin. But some poses when at a certain angle when she does this or that, I was like, oh my gosh, she's going to have the same double chin that Elaine has. Same eyes. I was like, wow, this is Amber Heard from the future. Or Amber is the Elaine from the past. Now, we'll go. Am I crazy? I mean, listen, after 6 weeks, you start, traveling around with your mind, but like, that's one of the thoughts. Carolyn is like, I'll pitch it to HBO. Oh, honey, no, you won't. This is my idea, girl. Look at her snatching already. Look at Carolyn. She's like, I'll pitch it. And Carolyn left the chat. She's on the phone with HBO already, you guys. Carolyn is like, hello, HBO. I got an idea for y'all. Oh my God. Nina B says, I said that too, Dacob. This is drama for a movie, but you made it 1000% better with this twist. I would not do it related to reality at all. It would be fiction, right? But like, it would be really cool that like a story of a person traveling from the future to the past to defend themselves in court. I think that's like, Carolyn, you gotta give me 10%? Oh my God, we have a situation going on. Only 10%. Look at us snatching. Like a true gallerist would do. Like a true art gallerist would do. Look at her go. Look at her go. Oh man, Marilla says it even fits into Amber Heard's character that she wouldn't stop her younger self writing that op-ed, but trying to win that defamation case. The psychology kind of fits. Despina is like, wow, Dacob. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. Where does Doc Spiegel fall in all of this? So Amandeep, actually, Dr. Spiegel looks just like the guy from Back to the Future. He's the actor from Back to the Future. Maybe he enables this whole thing. And he tried traveling back and forth too often because he was testing it on himself. That's why he became a little cuckoo. That's why we have that little cuckoo moment. And I'm telling you, all the pieces fall into place. RN says, oh, Camille can be the surrogate daughter. That's why Elaine butchers her name. OMG, this movie's gonna be lit. Camille is the surrogate. Oh my God. Oh my God. Camille is the surrogate daughter. Oh my God, Camille is Amber's daughter. I can't. She does look like Elon Musk a little bit, doesn't she? Ah! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God, I was out for a little bit. I'm back. Did something happen? Are they done? Yes, Maria, they are done. RN says, can we have Gautier do the wardrobe like in Fifth Element? Live in Ferret. Live in Ferret. Nina says, LOL, Dacob, write something legal document. Don't let anyone take your idea. Says Nina. Viamanti says, Doc Spiegel makes the time travel. LOL. Aisha says, oh yes, RN, I love the wardrobe in the Fifth Element. Nina B says, oh, Dr. Spiegel, that's the crazy doctor. Jamie Lee Curtis says, judge, says RN. Nina B says, Dacob, you're awesome. Amanda B says, LOL, you're too much. Aisha says, you could add Twin Peaks flavors. Oh, totally. There actually were a lot of Twin Peaks flavors in this show already. In the trial. There you go. I'm already calling it a show. There were Twin Peaks vibes with the names of some of these characters. I forgot the name of the guy who was there yesterday or 2 days ago, and I was like, oh my God, this is a Twin Peaks name. Forgot. But it's very Twin Peaks. Very Twin Peaks. Sunset said, you guys are on fire. I can't with y'all, says Jesus. And then Aisha says, she does look like Elon Musk. It's the eye, right? The eyes look like Elon Musk's eyes. Caboose just says, Jason Bateman would be good in it. Nina says, Dacob, this is an awesome community. You're the best, Dacob. Oh, Nina, thank you so much. Bella Lugosi says, make sure they all wear Chanel, like a lot. Oh my God. And, oh my God! That's why Virginie was sitting in the courtroom. She was already working on the outfits for the movie. I can't. I just outdid myself. You guys. I can't. I can't. I just can't. Netflix is totally watching. Don't let them use your script, says Kate. Caboose says Jennifer Lawrence is Kate Moss. Oh no, honey, Kate Moss is Kate Moss. Kate Moss is a vampire. You guys, Kate Moss is going to be the same in 100 years from now. They're going to be like, and as star witness testimony, Kate Moss. Just say, Caroline says, give them that all razzle dazzle, right? Mrs. Blue says, next case, Dacob suing a movie company for stealing his ideas. Witness is called the Bunker Chat. Like, I would like to call to the stand Mrs. Blue, Caroline Jonsdottir, Marilla, Harmony, Ksini Ais, Aisha Ahmed, Nina B, KL, KFYW. They're like, what? And y'all pop up as the chat, the witness in chat, you know, not in real, like you pop up just like not you're popping up now in chat. Even when Camille is an adult, Amber is still claiming child support from Elon Musk. Oh my God. Aisha says, oh my God, this is genius. Chaos says, like Camille said, evidence matters. All Amber has is we have to take her word for it. Preach. Kev says, is Kristen Stewart going to play Amber Heard? No, Kristen Stewart is going to is going to be... She's not going to be accepted. I can't stand it. RN says, Lily Rose Depp probably talked to Virginie herself. And she did, because Lily Rose Depp has been in Chanel fashion shows often, so she knows Virginie personally. But also Lily Rose Depp, she can be in the trial as well. Livin Ferret. Xeni says, you're well ahead of me. Despina says, we need a script. Letty says, what about Johnny Dacob? Well, as Jesus or somebody else was saying in the chat before, like, what's his name? American Horror Story, American Crime Story, the two makers, forgot their name. They're going to do American Crime Story with this case 10 years from now. And Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are going to be Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, because they're just going to be plastified by then. Forgot his name. Ryan Murphy. Oh, thank you, Sylvie. Yes, Ryan Murphy. So, Aisha says, imagine if it was a musical. Child, let's not ruin it. Harmony says, I love how Kate Moss spoke. Oh, she was so soft-spoken. She was delicious. Delicious. Nina says, you should do limited edition of perfumes going with the movie so we can smell like Odorama from the movie Polyester from John Waters. He introduced the Odorama. Thanks for subscribing, Yan. He introduced Odorama. You know, you went to the movies to watch John Waters' Polyester. You would get a little scratch and sniff card with numbers, and then when in the movie a number would flash, you scratch that number and you scratch and sniff, and that would match the smell in the movie. Of course, because John Waters does trash, he tricks you. At the beginning you're smelling flowers and stuff, but then at a certain point you start smelling farts, rotting stuff, and poop. Fun times, right? Maybe we can recruit that umbrella guy to join this chat, says Marilla. Xeni says, I like that chat depositions. Yes. Nina B says, Johnny Depp is Johnny Depp. Harmony says, oh my God, Marilla, the umbrella guy. Aisha says, imagine if Samantha Jones came up to witness stand about her affair with Johnny in the 90s. You mean Kim Cattrall? Samantha Jones is a fictitious character. Oh, you want like a whole fictitious story. Oh my God, Aisha, that would be amazing. Objection, Le Parfum, Nina. Thanks, Jesus. Yeah, Ryan Murphy, yes. And Aisha, yes, you are crossing too many shows here. Just a little bit. Kate Moore says, Johnny Depp is Johnny Depp, Amber Heard is Amber Heard, but after a few scenes, Amber Heard gonna be replaced. Oh, the shade! Oh my God. After a few scenes, Amber Heard is replaced because of, we'll go. Oh my God. The shade. Oh, you know what? This should be a Broadway play, actually. It would be even more sad. Oh my gosh. Broadway. Off-Broadway play. Xeni says, it's been one hell of a ride, this court case. I'll miss it when it's all over. Aisha says, oh, well, I didn't know that about the scratch and sniff films. One film, Aisha. John Waters did one film called Polyester, where you got the scratch and sniff card. Harmony says, I wouldn't like to see them play themselves. It won't feel right. Unless another conspiracy theory of mine is that they made up this whole thing just to gain even more success. But in reality, both of them are still together. Amber Turd Eau de Toilette says, Jesus. Marilla says, we want Reborn and Fabulous, as always, Samantha Jones in the time travel movie. Amber agrees, says Caroline Jensdottir. Yes, very much poopy. The shades, as Sini. Arn says, Barbara Streisand as Judy. Or Bette Midler. No, I was telling you who Judy looks like to me. Roseanne Barr. I want Roseanne Barr as Judy. Mic drop. Roseanne Barr as Judy. You know why? Because Roseanne Barr is the voice of Hollywood that Hollywood has taken the voice away from. Judy doesn't talk the whole time. they don't let her talk. We never hear Judy talk. And Roseanne Barr is all about her voice, is about being the comedian. And so to have Roseanne Barr always in silence, just from time to time looking into the camera, gold. Comedic gold. I think that's genius. Sorry, but it is. Sorry, not that I came up with it, but it is. I mean, and having Roseanne Barr redeem herself through that, I mean, genius. Like, okay, Hollywood doesn't want to let her talk. Well, we're going to give her the part as Judy. And then the judge at the end says, and Judy is a comedian superstar, rock star. Harmony says, I think it might be quite difficult to play Amber because the actress has to act badly in certain scenes to be convincing. Well, Meryl Streep as Amber Heard. I'm sure she could act as young or as old as she wants. No, I don't want Kristen Stewart in this show. Nina, no, not a fan. They should do a remake of 12 Angry Men about the jury deliberations, says Sylvie. Oh, man. Roseanne Barr, LOL. Judy's too pure. Roseanne Barr is also pure with her cuckoo way of thinking. If you think about it, it's a very naive way of seeing life, which is kind of pure. Might be wrong to many people, but you know, you might disagree with her, but still her vision of the world is very childlike and naive, actually. Oh my God. Oh my God. And the juror that got kicked out at the end, you know, the random juror that gets kicked out at the end, Stefania Germanotta, baby. and the judge is like, so juror number 3, you know. Yes. Barbara Streisand as the psychologist. Yes. Barbara, you just watched Barbara make her call. Barbara Streisand as one of the psychologists. Good or bad one. Why not? Myrtle says, can we have Dame Joan Collins as the judge? I know they don't look alike, but we need that judgmental Alexis face in this trial. Interesting. So you want the judge to be kind of mean rather than nice, like the judge that we had now. So you want to change the script, I see. Yeah, so a good actress pretending to be a bad actress, Meryl Streep. She will be older, but Meryl can even act a 2-year-old if she wants. Meryl Streep as Ella Ina would be Oscar worthy. Aisha says, we need Kathy Bates in here somewhere. Kathy Bates should be the cuckoo psychologist, the one with the blue eye makeup. What's her name? The one that testified in favor of Amber Heard. The one from yesterday. The blonde woman. That should be Kathy Bates. J-Lo as Camille Vasquez. Oh my God. KL. Someone's a fan of J-Lo in the house. Nina says, hello, they go. Okay, Tom Felton to play Morgan Tremaine. I don't know Tom Felton Harmony. Marilla says, I want my drama, baby, and Joan Collins. I want more drama, says Marilla. Aaron says, can we cast Alex from HRH Collection just to narrate the rant? No, Alex from HRH Collection, she's going to be the reporter in front of the court. At the end of every day, the camera cuts to the reporter trying to interview people, but like yelling at them and screaming at them the whole time. Or HRH Collection could be the cuckoo woman waiting in line to enter the courtroom and be in the public, to be in the audience. Someone suggested Eva Longoria as Camille on TikTok, but I think the age gap doesn't work. Yes, Sylvie, Dr. Hughes. Kathy Bates as Dr. Hughes. Oh, Tom Felton is Draco Malfoy. Okay, gotcha. No, wait. So Tom Felton is the actual actor who acted as Draco Malfoy. Thank you for subscribing, Caroline. Tom Felton okay, okay. So Tom Felton was the actual Malfoy in the movie, and we call him back to be the other guy from TMZ. Brilliant idea. Letty says, Dacob, I know you don't like Kristen Stewart, but she could actually do a good Amber's sister. Okay, the beaten up sister. She can be Whitney. Is Whitney the sister? Harmony says, may I ask what HRH collection is? Like Her Royal Highness? Oh. You know what? I don't know. Aaron says, yes, TMZ reporter is Malfoy Tom Felton. Alexa, brilliant. Alexa says, Kristen Stewart was good in Spencer. I would really like now the noise of RuPaul's Drag Race crickets. Let me say this again. Alexa says Kristen Stewart was good in Diana Spencer. Okay. So Aisha says, I know I'm changing the film, but can we have Shelley Duvall in here somewhere? Okay, well, if we're really gonna go there, then I want Shelley Duvall to be the judge. And I want Shelley Duvall because, you know, Shelley Duvall at Dr. Phil, she said that Robin Williams is he's a shapeshifter. So I want Shelley Duvall to be the judge, and then towards the end of the movie, she figures out that Elaine traveled from the future and that Elaine is Amber. But everybody thinks Shelley is crazy, right? Because she's like, you're a shapeshifter or you're a time traveler. Something happened there. But she's right. The time travel did happen. Shelley Duvall is the judge. I'm feeling it. Okay, Nina B. Mr. Chu, Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson. What's his name? Rowan Atkinson? Mr. Chu is acted by the actor who does Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson. Nina B says Tom Cruise has to be in there too, Dacob. As Rottenburn, maybe? Tom Cruise is too sympathetic. Forget about his Scientology stuff, but just Rottenburn needs to be somebody who's hateable. Jim Carrey is Mr. Rottenborn. Jim Carrey was already a lawyer in a movie. Exactly, Aisha. People think she's crazy, but she's actually right. Yeah, it's perfect for Shelley. So Rowan Atkinson or Mr. Bean as Mr. Chu, I think, would be perfect. Colin Firth as Johnny's main lawyer. That's Chu. No, his main lawyer should be Rowan Atkinson or whatever his name, Mr. Bean. Christian Bale as Rottenberg. Oh, that's a good one, Letty. Christian Bale could be a good Rottenberg. Yeah. Oh, Marilla, the shade. The guy who replaced Johnny Depp in Fantastic Beasts could be Rottenborn. Perfect. Aisha. Well, Ray Liotta could have been Johnny, but he passed away. Well, you guys, listen. I gotta rest a little because I have a huge day ahead of me tomorrow because we have the main live stream on the main channel with a lot of topics. So I gotta be perky and rested for y'all so that we have a lot of fun in the main show tomorrow. Also, don't forget, if you are Tier 2 members or Tier 2 patrons, you get access to a live pre-show, a 1-hour pre-show before the main show in the green room. So we're going to get to talk about a lot of juicy stuff there as well before we jump on into the main show. This is on my Super Dacob YouTube channel. Right now you're watching me here on Totally Dacob, and I would love to ask you to subscribe if I find my fan. My fan fell down. I lost my fan, you guys. Yeah, it's gone. We'll go. Where's my fan? I don't have it anymore. Okay, where did it go, though? It's not that it fell down. It is my totally Dacob. I don't know. Oh my God, it is here. It was on the pizza. So you are now on Totally Dacob. So be sure to subscribe here so we get this channel monetized. We're really close to 1,000 subscribers. We are 60 subscribers away. We are at 940 subscribers. So it would be awesome. Thank you so much for subscribing. But tomorrow we are on the main Super Dacob channel where we are monetized already. And the live stream is happening there. The pre-show in the green room for Tier 2 members and patrons on my main channel is happening there as well. A lot of topics. And then next week, as soon as we know when the verdict is going to be given, I guess they're going to live stream that as well. So we're going to jump on over here to try to catch that live verdict if they do give us one. And of course, don't forget the special upcoming live stream on my main channel. Thank you so much for subscribing, Ramon. Don't forget the special exclusive live stream coming up on the 31st of May with a special announcement. That live stream is coming to my main Super Dacob channel as well. So there's a lot planned up for, again, to end this week and then to go into next week. There's a couple of things that we're going to have to still do and live stream together. So there's a full schedule to come. I want to thank, from the bottom of my heart, our mods here on this channel. Debbie, Jack, Audrey, Silala, Just Yapping. Thank you guys so much for keeping the chat safe. Thank you guys so much. Just letting you know that the verdict, once the verdict of the jury has come back, they're going to just live stream it at full hour anytime. So it's going to be really hard to catch the moment live when the verdict comes. So I might jump online after the verdict and then we rewatch it together. But that's going to happen probably sometime next week. Unless the jury, by the end of today or tomorrow, well, no, tomorrow, no, actually, no. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, they're off. So the jury might either now, well, no, because the judge said you have the obligation to look through all the evidence first. So they can't just come to a verdict right now because they have to at least spend the time, or at least fake to spend the time looking through the evidence before they deliver a verdict. But another thing that she said was, I forgot what I wanted to say. Wait, what did I say? The verdict, all 7 of them have to be unanimous. They have to look through everything. Oh, what I found really interesting is that everything that was said in testimony during the 6 weeks of the trial, what I understood is that the jury is not going to get the transcripts that Judy was typing in from the trial. Which is interesting to me. Why wouldn't they get the transcripts? Why do they only get the evidence? Because they were sitting in court listening to everything? Well, they also were sitting in court looking at the evidence that was presented to them. But they get a chance to re-see the evidence, and yet they don't get a chance to reread the transcripts. I found that interesting. We got 59 subscribers to go. You guys, 59 subscribers to go until we reach 1,000. We've almost made it. It's been like pulling teeth. It's really hard to get new subbies on YouTube, but we're getting there. We're at 59 subscribers. I mean, we have 59 subscribers to go till the end. So, Gloria says, thank you. Dacob, KL is sending us love. Harmony says, oh, wow. Harmony says, 5:30 a.m. here. Way to go, Harmony. Thank you. Dacob says, Corinne P. Thank you, too. I hope to see you all guys in the main show tomorrow on my main channel. Harmony says, this case has made me so nocturnal. Cha. Miri sending a heart. Gloria says, yay to the mods. Bye all says Despina. Xeni sending love. Harmony sending love. Alexa kisses and love. Maria B says, the jury has a lot to read and look at. Maria B says, was Elaine back on for the 6 minutes? No, Maria B. Rottenborn was. They didn't want to let her talk anymore. Harmony says, no transcript that can't be good. Right, Harmony? I agree. Letty says, this live streams have been awesome and fun. Thanks, Dacob. Thank you guys so much. Aisha Shej. See you tomorrow. Hiromi says, thank you, Dacob. Miri says, I will be here tomorrow too. Yay! Jesus says, bye, loves. Xenia says, they were taking their own notes. The transcripts is for the court's record. What I've also heard is that the judge will not let any notes leave the courtroom. So I don't know if they get to keep those and look at them while they're deliberating, because they were not allowed to talk to each other up until now. Also, I want to say, Aisha, what a wonderful bag you posted on Discord. Yes, guys, Discord has started. If you are a member on my main YouTube channel, you get access to Discord. Discord is also coming very soon as accessible also to my patrons. Nice bag, Aisha, but I already told you that. See you tomorrow, Dacob, live stream, giving me live here. Francesca Pagano says, thank you so much. Great live, says Mrs. Blue. See you Saturday, everyone. And Despina says, see you tomorrow. Francesca says, see you tomorrow, Dacob. These live streams are giving me lives. I reread that one. Kev says, cleared my schedule for tomorrow. And Aisha is loving the bag comment. You guys, thank you so much for spending your time with me. Boy, what a wonderful, weird, crazy 6 weeks it's been. And we still got one live stream to go regarding this particular case, although I have a sneaky suspicion that if this doesn't end in favor of Amber Heard, she might appeal, and if it's a hung jury, they might have to redo there's a lot that can go wrong. So let's stay tuned for the verdict first and then take it from there. Until next time, well, actually until tomorrow, never forget to never give up on love. Bye. Subscribe.